Okay, Chair, we're now live on YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Thank you, Wendy. Right. Councillor Chamberlain is off. She signed off until the new year. So with the committee's agreement, I'd like to nominate Councillor Ollie Davey to Vice Chair this meeting, please. Are you all agreed? Can you?
No problem.
Right.
No problem.
Everybody agreed? If anybody dissents, can you raise your hand? No hands raised, so that's agreed then. Okay, thank you, committee members.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Mm?
Oh, sorry, I just noticed Councillor Woodward had his hand up, but it's disappeared. I don't know if that was intentional.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a thumbs up, okay.
No, no hand up. Right, okay, thank you. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Planning Committee on 15th of December 2021. I'm your chair, Councillor Eileen Wragg. Based on the decision at our council meeting on the 8th of December, where members voted in favour of the continuation of virtual meetings until the 11th of May 2022, I would like to remind both members and public attending or watching that this council has delegated much of its decision-taking power to our senior officers. Consequently, this meeting is being held remotely and on a consultative basis only. We will continue to adhere as closely as possible to the procedural rules detailed within our constitution. However, where this meeting would have normally decided a matter, it will now make recommendations to a senior officer. The officer will then take the recommendation into account when making their decision. The meeting can be viewed live online and will be recorded. Please bear this in mind throughout the meeting. Therefore, may I remind colleagues to be careful with their language and that the code of conduct applies throughout our meeting. We reserve the right to remove and disconnect any participant disrupting the meeting by whatever means. As this meeting is dependent on internet connection and a power supply, in the event of a break in the internet connection or a power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. If we are not able to reconnect after 15 minutes, this meeting will be adjourned and reconvened at a later date. Please check the committee page on our website for further details. Could colleagues please ensure your microphone is muted when you are not speaking? This will help avoid any disturbance from background noise. Could you also keep your point short and not interrupt when someone else is speaking? Should you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. All councillors have been sent the agenda for today's meeting. Any members of the public can view the agenda by visiting our website at www.eastdevon.gov.uk. We will now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members here present. Can you please now unmute your microphone? When you hear your name called, please confirm by saying present. When you've confirmed you're present, please mute your microphone again. Over to you, Wendy, for the roll call, please.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Chair. Councillor Wragg.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Brown's going to be a little bit late, so Councillor De Sarum.
Present, thank you, Wendy. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Coleman, sorry I missed you out.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Key.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Pook,
Wendy, are you well and truly quorate today?
yes, we are.
Okay, because something very important has just come up, and I'm just going to have to. I fully intended being here, but it's literally come up this moment, so I'm going to have to give my apologies. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor
Thanks,
Pook.
President. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt,
Present, thank you.
Councillor Skinner,
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Councillor Whibley,
Present, thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. We are quorate today, Chair.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 1, the running order for today's meeting and the speakers list can be viewed under agenda item 1 on pages 4 to 5. Agenda item 2, minutes of the consultative meeting held on 24th of November 2021, pages 6 to 9. If anyone has a comment on these minutes, please raise your electronic hand. If there are no raised hands, I will take this as an indication you're happy with the minutes and that they are noted. There are no raised hands, so those minutes are noted. Agenda item 3, apologies. Wendy.
Yep, we've got committee members, Councillor Chamberlain and Councillor Gazzard, and ward member, Councillor Hall for Axminster. He sent his apologies as well.
Thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 4, declarations of interest. Wendy, can you do the roll call for that, please?
Chair, can I start with you?
Yeah, yes, I've had emails on the number 9, 211516 reserved matters. That is for Goodmore's Farm. And I've also had something for, gosh, which one was it?
Was
Number 8.
Landy.
the Sidmouth one, Chair?
Yes. 211723 reserved matters.
So were they lobbying emails, both for both
Yes.
ones?
Yes. Lobbying, but also to Britain. I've had one this morning about Goodmore's Farm, and I'll come to that when I speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Good morning. Yeah, no personal interest, no interest at all, but other than lobbying emails, the same as Councillor Ragg, 211723 MRES and 211516 MRES. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you, Wendy. Yeah, I've had the same to 211723 and 211516 lobbying emails on those, and also 212240. I assumed that had been sent to the rest of the committee as well. That's item 14 on the agenda. So those 3, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Oh, thank you, Wendy. Yes, item 8, 21/1723, as everyone else. Item 9, 21/516, as everyone else. And although it's listed in Woodbury and Lympstone, I do point out that I'm an Exmouth town councillor as well. But I note that it is in Woodbury and Lympstone. And finally, I've had 212240, which is item 14. All of those were by various emails. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
The same as others on items 8, 9 and 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, Wendy, same as the others, 8, 9 and 14, but I'm ward member also for 15, which is 212522 full.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
I only had emails on item number 8, Wendy. I feel a bit left out, really.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Yes, on item 8, I've had the emails from the members who have written in, and also on that one, I am a member of the East Devon AONB partnership. I've also had emails from various people on items 9 and 14.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I'm the same with many others on 8. I've had emails, differing ones, 9 emails, differing ones. And I'd also had emails from my own one, obviously co-stocks as the ward member, from differing emails and whatnot. So yes, so that would be 8, 9 and 11, and 11 being 210019 full, of which I am the ward member. Thank
Lovely.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
I can comfort Councillor Lawrence that I too have only had emails regarding item 8, I believe. Also, item 14, 212240. It's a very minor interest, but it is directly opposite the house of a close friend. So yeah, it doesn't really mean a lot, but I thought I should mention it.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I've had the lobbying emails on 8, 9 and 14.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 5, matters of urgency. There are no matters of urgency. Agenda item 6, confidential exempt items. There are none. Agenda item 7, planning appeals statistics, pages 10 to 21. Update from Mr. Rose, please.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. You'll see that there are 7 appeal decisions listed on this agenda. 5 of those were dismissed appeals, and one of those included Hawkwell Park, where there was an appeal against enforcement notice that we had served for non-compliance with the occupation of the units by gypsies and travellers. Pleased to say that that appeal, that enforcement notice was upheld. In terms of the 2 appeals that were allowed, one related to Higher Hawkland Farm, which members may recall came before committee. It was a number of storage and distribution units were down narrow lane, and there was concerns about the impact on the residents from the comings and goings of the vehicles. The inspector didn't agree with us in terms of the concerns and the impact on the residents, so allowed that appeal. And the other appeal that was allowed relates to a site in Clisshoniton, where we considered that it wasn't a suitable location supported by policies for a dwelling, but the inspector disagreed with that, noting the close relationship to Exeter and a number of the services and facilities in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Right, now we go to agenda item 13.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I put my hand up. I don't know why my hand's
sorry,
disappeared.
I haven't got that. Yeah, carry on.
Sorry, I just wanted a couple of things I wanted to raise through you, Chair, if I can. And that is the one, the barns at Higher Hawkland Farm. We got something to learn from that particular application in the way that there was, if I remember correctly, there were several people that were it was nearly a sort of a split decision. And we ended up by obviously the overturned by that one. And I think there is lessons to be learned by that particular application. And the question I wanted to ask was, I thought that when it came out first from Mr. Capon to us, I thought it said that all costs were awarded against the council. But it says on here, an application for a full award of costs against the council was refused. So just for a bit of clarification for me, Chris, if I may, was the applicant awarded costs or not? Is this correct?
No, they made an application for costs, but it was turned down by the inspectorate.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, you had your hand up, but it's gone down. Councillor Desarum.
Yes, good morning, Chair. A very quick question for Mr. Rose for clarification. On the page 13, in regard to this second appeal, it says the inspector concluded, blah, 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 that the scheme would be in conflict with strategy 7 and 27, and that he found that in the circumstances of the appeal, the proposal that these policies should be considered out of date. Does that impact just on this particular case, or will it impact on other issues that, other cases like today that we will consider under strategy 7 and 27? So I just want to know if you could quickly clarify, Chris, is it just for the one-off for this particular case, or are strategies 7 and 27 in need of some form of strategic planning look at to see if they should be updated? If you could just quickly answer that, Chris, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Through you, Chair. Yeah, so it doesn't impact any on the agenda today. I think it's that balance that you are making on applications in terms of how close they are to a range of services and facilities. And sometimes you get some that are quite finely balanced about, are they close enough or not, or aren't they? And I think that's purely what the inspector was making in this case. You'll obviously review it as part of the local plan, but before then, there'll be a judgment on each application in terms of, do they comply with 27 and 7 in terms of are they close to a range of services and facilities. So I don't think there's anything fundamental there. It was more unique, or it was more applying the circumstances to that case, which you will apply to each case going forward.
Thank you, Chris. Right, we go now to agenda item 13, application 21-1585, full minor application for Fawnsmoor Farm, Lime Road, Axminster, and that's pages 125 to 137. And I'd like to welcome to the meeting Tim Brisley, or is it Brisley? Sorry if I got that wrong. Agent.
It's Roger Brisley.
Brisley, right. And ward members, councillors Jackson and Moulding. And the chair of Axminster Town Council withdrew their speaker as they didn't feel that there was a need to make further representations. So over to you, Mr. Rose, to present your report.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there. So this application relates to Fawnsmoor Farm off Lime Road in Axminster, and it's an application for conversion of a barn into a dwelling, and it's here because it's contrary to the view of a ward member. Just in terms of the history of the site, some members may recall it, but there's previous conversions to barns on the site through prior approvals on the site and through one planning application. So the site, being quite close to the edge of Axminster, has been found to be acceptable for the location of residential dwellings. It being about a mile from the town centre of Axminster, and the former farm buildings near the main house. And if I just run through the plan, so these are the barns at the moment. You've got the main barns or more structurally sound barns at the front of the site, and then off the rear you've got this attached agricultural store, which you'll see in the photos. So again, we've got the front elevation here and the rear elevation. And then when we go to the floor plan, we've got the main buildings here, the main, and then you can see other buildings in the courtyard. And then they're proposing this large flat-roofed extension off the rear. So this is where the agricultural lean-to at the rear is removed and replaced by this extension. And then in the floor plan, so you can see the walls of the existing main barn, and then you can see the extension proposed. So that's the ground floor layout, and then above you have a very large terraced open area. And then in elevation form, this is the front elevation as proposed, one of the sides, and on the side you can see the large extension that's proposed with the glazing. And then when we come around the rear, again, you've got the main building here, and then you can see this extension off the rear with the glazed doors, and then the terrace patio area with the balcony screens around. So this is the main barn here. So you can see stone barn with the roof, and then there's this latter addition on the side, quite unsympathetic, but nonetheless there. That's the building on the side. And then we go round and you can see there's this lean-to agricultural building off the back of the barn, which looks like that in appearance. and there's some photos inside. So in terms of the, so we've got an application to convert the barn into a dwelling. In terms of the principle of development, the site's only 275 metres from the boundary of Axminster, and policy D8 of the local plan supports conversions of existing buildings where they're close to built-up area boundaries and services and facilities. So the application complies with that. And when I went through the history of the site, there's already, we very recently granted a couple or 2 or 3 other barns to convert on this site. So in terms of the location and the principle, that is acceptable to convert the building to residential use. There are a number of criteria to policy D8 that allows that principle of development. It says that the proposal should be sympathetic and well located, which the proposal meets, that the building should be structurally sound, which again the proposal meets. And then it goes on to talk about that you shouldn't have any substantial extension. And this is where you'll see in the report the concerns from officers. So whilst this stone building, the policy would support the conversion of this stone building to residential, it doesn't support the conversion of this agricultural lean-to off the rear, which is being replaced by the very large extension that I showed here, this flat roofed extension with a balcony above and the glazed doors. So it's contrary to D8 in terms of the size of that extension that's proposed, and it's also contrary to D8 in terms of the design of that. We would be expecting a design that has less glazing, doesn't have the flat roof, isn't as large, something more sympathetic to the stone building to which it is proposed to be attached. So it's a very large extension, as I say, with lots of glazing, that flat roof, and it's obscuring the rear elevation of that building. So it's contrary to those elements of D8. In terms of the other criteria to D8, in terms of traffic, the site's well located, has a suitable access, and that building at the rear to be demolished is no longer needed for agricultural use. And there's a further 3 criteria to the policy if residential is proposed. 1 copies the agricultural use, which to say is no longer in agricultural use, so that's not an issue. And it says that the proposal for conversion to residential should enhance its setting. And you'll see in the report that the officer's view is the design and size of this extension doesn't enhance the setting. It takes away from the design of this original stone building, and then no other benefits proposed from the scheme to enhance the appearance of the building. So the proposal fails on that ground as well. So you'll see from the report that whilst the principle of development is acceptable, the application fails to comply with the criteria to policy D8 in terms of proposing this very large extension, the design of the extension being out of character with that original stone building, and there being no enhancement to the existing building. The other main issue in the report relates to ecology. So there was a protected species report submitted with the application, and that followed some bat emergence surveys that were carried out. And that ecology report states that the bats that were found within this building are of local or parish importance for roosting. And it says that the loss of the site without mitigation would be significant. So a Natural England bat licence will be required if planning permission is granted. But that license and part of the planning process, we need to ensure that there's adequate mitigation proposed to protect those bats. But no mitigation has been proposed as part of this application. The ecological report that was submitted with the application appears to have been written before the scheme was drawn up, and not alongside with the input of the ecologist. And you can't, these bat roosts and mitigation should be integral to part of the refit of this building. And the starting point is that there should be bat roofs designed into the building that have been done with an ecologist on board. The ecologist report states that there needs to be an area of about 3 meters by 5 meters by 4 meters within the building to compensate for this bat roost. And we can't condition that because we don't know where is most appropriate for that to go into the building or what its design should be. And as I say, that should be designed in consultation with an ecologist, which it hasn't been in this case. So whilst the principle of it is acceptable, and I think there could be a suitable design here if this rear extension is redesigned of stone and with less glazing to be more sympathetic. And if the applicant were to be able to include a bat roost that has the full support of an ecologist then I think there would be a scheme here to be had. But as submitted at the moment, the application is recommended for refusal on the basis of the design of this extension and its size and the impact on ecology. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Mr. Brisley,
Hi.
you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, the extension on the back is actually a conversion. We're not replacing it at all. It's been carefully designed around the original structure. So the structure that you see on the east elevation, the glazing is placed between the original steel columns, which were originally a Dutch barn built many years ago and then subsequently converted a bit later in 2005. All the stone walls are to be retained. Some will be exposed by this extension and revealed. The BAT survey, the BAT survey rightly emphasises the potential to breach wildlife law, but also adds that though the proposed conversion will affect bats and birds, the impacts can easily be mitigated and compensated, and a licence cannot be applied for until planning consent is granted. A new bat roost will be administered by a licensed ecologist and accommodated in one of the many available roofoids. Crevice roosting bats will like the cedar cladding. The farmstead is split into small holdings already, so there's no extra need for any storage or anything on site. Their licence will be approved by Natural England before any work begins. Although it does result in changes, the whole footprint and main outline remain the same. The extension is reduced and improved and will now reveal views of the old granary and barns. New components are appropriate and eco-friendly, and the ecologist report clearly states mitigations are easily accommodated. Leaving these lovely barns in their present state will not preserve them. The application ensures they will be discreetly and sensitively restored and reflect their history. And we think that the proposal is compliant with policy D8 and paragraph 80 of the MPPF. I know you've got to balance all the issues and reach a decision, but ask what harm will be caused to Fawnsmoor planning and the environment if this application is approved. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brisley. Right, can I call the ward to councillors now? Councillor Jackson? Councillor Jackson there?
Sorry, I am here. It was taking me a moment to unmute.
Okay.
No problem. I originally supported this application, and that was primarily because there's been previous applications as laid out by Chris Rose on this site. And so I figured there'd be an element of consistency that would likely be observed. However, having more carefully reviewed the report, it seems there are some quite significant differences which set this application against our planning policies in a way that the previous applications didn't. Deviation from policy usually equates to a balance of harm versus benefit. And in this case, the proposed extension seems quite vast, with no tangible benefit and potential harm. Officers have clearly laid out how this building with its extensive glazed extension deviates from policy D8 without providing any benefits. So I won't really go into any great length on that one. Chris has covered that pretty well by the sounds of it. However, one thing I failed to appreciate when I initially looked at the documents was the impact to the protected species of bats and birds. Previous applications relating to other buildings on the site, for example, 2008-18 full, have highlighted the presence of these protected species and demanded that mitigations be put in place in order to preserve those critical habitats. The ecological assessment details that this location is now more heavily populated by bats than the previous ones indicated, and that's great news. But the current plans do not detail exactly what will be done to preserve and protect the bat roosts. And it's important that any habitat loss mitigation is validated as sufficient by specialists in their field in advance in order to be meaningful. Otherwise, it just becomes more of a tick box exercise, which I couldn't support. Given the bat population seems to have grown, I hope that the committee recognises the importance of this section of the report. Professor Andy Purvis of the Natural History Museum recently commented that Britain has lost more of its natural biodiversity than almost anywhere else in Western Europe, and the most of the G7 nations, and more than many other nations such as China. A big part of that is habitat loss. And frankly, for this green and pleasant land to be performing so poorly on the international stage is pretty appalling. But aside from the moral obligation we have as a planning authority to protect these species, there is also legal, financial, and reputational concerns that I think we really ought to be aware of. Warwick Council Planning Committee is an example of a planning authority who've come unstuck. Just last year, they came under heavy scrutiny for failing to adequately consider the report of an ecologist with regards to the destruction of bat habitats from a proposed and then approved development. The local government and social care ombudsman eventually found against them, and the planning authority were ordered to pay compensation to cover the lost biodiverse land. Once the habitats are lost, though, they are lost, and there is certainly no guarantee that they can be replaced like for like, but in a different location. It can be, in fact, very difficult to replicate the exact requirements the species chooses and needs to thrive in an alternate location, even if it's just spitting distance away. In the case of Warwick Council, the Ombudsman also criticised the officers for having not drawn the Planning Committee's attention to the ecology report. Thankfully, our officers have practiced diligence in this regard, and I'm grateful to them for it. I certainly would have overlooked it if I hadn't read that in the report. As well as the other concerns raised by the planning team, I urge the committee to give this aspect of the report the proper consideration that it deserves and needs. Surely we as a planning authority do not want habitat loss, particularly that of protected or endangered species, to be our legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Moulding.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've for a long time been very much in favour of, where appropriate, that barns should be converted and brought back into appropriate use. This redundant barn is not particularly attractive in its current form, and in my view, the conversion will significantly improve the appearance of the building in this particular setting. And as has been mentioned, a number of other barns on this site have already either had permission or they've already been converted. And some of those buildings are now in use, which is great. And as has been mentioned, the location of this site relative to the town of Axminster is appropriate for a barn conversion. There is plenty of room in removing the existing buildings for other storage on the site, and that was one of the issues that was raised. But most particularly, there is this concern over the bat roosts. And from my view, I really cannot see why this cannot be conditioned. As Mr. Brisley said, the license, and I'm only taking this as his opinion, that the license can't actually be activated until the planning permission has been given. It looks as if this is a bit of a chicken and egg situation, or maybe not chicken and egg, but bat and its baby situation, where first of all, we've got to decide what needs to be done so that a license can be obtained. That the license can't be obtained until planning is approved, and therefore that's why I feel that a condition should be put forward in order that the bat roost can be retained and appropriate measures be taken so that the bats can live happily in their position on this site at Fawnsmoor. So my view is, as I previously said, in my opinion, this permission for this site would greatly enhance the setting of Fawnsmoor Farm, which has greatly been improved over the years. I would like to see this approved, and I therefore recommend that the committee seek approval for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moulding. Right, committee members. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, this building is absolutely in its prime to be converted. I mean, you can see from the pictures that the structure there is superb, and it is, ready for construction. The thing that concerns me is the extension. Now, I have no problem with the extension, only that I think a better design could be done. I just cannot believe that that number of windows or amount of glass is going to be put on the eastern side of it, where the sun rises and is going to shine right across the valley from the windows. I don't think that it is necessary to have so many of those windows there, because I do feel it will detract from the main building, which is really an agricultural barn. So I'm sorry to say that I do agree with the planning officers in that this should be refused and come back with a better, more subdued front or eastern vision of this site. And therefore, I'm more than happy to put forward a refusal with the recommendation to come back with a better design. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Key. Is there a seconder for that proposal, please?
Yep, I'm going to do that.
Councillor Skinner, would you like to speak on it?
Thank you. And let's just get over the ground so as we're clear as to where we are. The way Mr. Rose set this out and the way the officers have dealt with this is there is absolutely no challenge on the fact that this could be converted. In fact, they would welcome the conversion. I would welcome the conversion. I would like to see something happen here with the buildings. There's Councillor Key quite rightly pointed out, they're in prime condition to be converted. What's really, really important, we've got barn conversions up and down. I've always been a big advocate of barn conversions. It's not so much the planning of converting them, it's make sure we convert them correctly with the right materials, getting it right and having it blending in with what the existing buildings that are there. And I think that is of paramount importance. And of course, you get the diverse sometimes when you have a bit of the old and the new, and sometimes that can work as well. But it's taking these cases on each case as they come. And I agree with Councillor Key. That's why I'm seconding the motion. I'm agreeing with what Mr. Rose has said, but I do also agree with the Mr. Brisley, who actually spoke about having. He's obviously made it very clear, saying you need the BATs to be the survey to be brought forward when the application is done. I don't think there's any issue with doing that. They seem quite open to do that, so there's not an issue over the BATs. That's all has to be done, and we would want to make sure that is done anyway. So Councillor Jackson was pointing out quite correctly, and we need to get it right. I just think this is a great opportunity for barn conversion. I'm well up for barn conversions and doing barn conversions, seeing them, but what I am up for is really sympathetic barn conversions done really well, because materials that we can use today and designs that could work in that, I think, just no criticism personally on anybody, but this could just be done that much better. And I think that's the point where we come from. I'm hoping Councillor Key agrees with me. We all agree with barn conversion, or we're both agreeing with barn conversion. I'm not sure what others are going to say, but it ought to be done more sympathetically. So on this note, that's the way the officers see it. I'm actually going to go along with a recommendation of refusal, along with the officer's recommendation, and let's see them come back with something a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more in keeping with what we'd be expecting of a barn conversion of this sort of sale size and scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Woodley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Skinner's pretty much said everything that I was going to say. I mean, it's a sort of ambitious and potentially lovely barn conversion. I just think on the grounds of design and scale of the extension that it's I don't think that I can support it. and maybe with a revised design, we could have some plans at an earlier stage for bat mitigation, which I think Councillor Jackson said. But other than that, I have nothing to add, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, thank you. And most people have said it before, but I need to emphasise the bat conservation. The bat conservation, as the officers have pulled out, is quite right, has to be part of this application when it comes back. It cannot be left to a later date, and it cannot be conditioned either. We had an application a number of years ago, committee members that were there at East Budley, I think it was, Mr. Rose, Devon Clinton Estates, where we agonised over that, getting that right, and that included the bat at the time, and we still agonised over it then. So this has to have that mitigation as part of the application. It cannot be left to a later date. The licensing for the removal of the bats is a matter for Natural England, but we have to guarantee the roost is there for the preservation of the wildlife and the best of our abilities, and that's all we can do. So I'll be supporting refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you very much, Chair. Having read the report and heard the speakers today, I have found three good things, one of which will probably please Councillor Howe. On page 134 of our report, it clearly says that the drainage infrastructure is going to be absolutely fine. So it does tick the box marked drainage. The second one, which will probably please Councillor Davey and many others, that they intend to use a ground source heat pump. So again, that's a positive one. And my third and final one is a retention of the existing materials. So there's three things which I found in the application are very good. But unfortunately, I say unfortunately, as other speakers have said, we've got the issue to solve with the bats, and we've got the issue for the number of windows. So I think if it comes back with a revised windows issue and the bats are taken care of, then I think it will be good to go. Because as I've outlined, it's a fantastic project, which is that they're obviously trying their best to make it very successful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try not to repeat what others have queued up to say. Yes, I mean, there's an attractive barn there which could make a very good home, but unfortunately it's been extended rather unsympathetically, and it's now proposed to use those extensions to make even more unsympathetic use. So I think they really destroy the appearance of the original barn there. The issue of the license on bat mitigation is a red herring, because as other councillors have said, the bat mitigation has to be present by the design of the building. It's not to do with getting the license. The design has to accommodate that, and it doesn't. And I'm rather mystified why the applicants haven't made use of the council's pre-app advice service, because I think that could have ironed out a lot of these problems already. So I'm very happy to support refusal.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Woodward. Anything to add?
Well, just to say that it looks more appropriate to Exmouth seafront to me, with the amount of glass and the roof terrace. So it seems to me totally unsympathetic to where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have a motion to recommend refusal for the reasons as set out in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend refusal, whether you're against the motion to recommend refusal, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support refusal.
Councillor Davey.
Support refusal.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support motion to refuse.
Councillor Howe.
Refusal.
Councillor Key.
Refusal.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support refusal.
Councillor Pratt.
Refuse.
Councillor Skinner.
Support refusal.
Councillor Whibley.
Support refusal. Thanks, Wendy.
Councillor Woodward.
Support refusal.
Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. So the application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Wendy. We go back now to agenda item 8, application 21/1723, reserved matters, major land east of two bridges, Sidford, pages 21 to 46. I'd like to welcome to the meeting Joseph Marchant, the agent, and the ward member, Councillor Loudon. Over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. So as you said, this relates to application at land east of two bridges in Sidford. It's a reserve matters application and it's seeking approval of the scale only. It's a major application, and as the officer recommendations contrary to the Town Council and the ward member, it's before committee. Just as part of the history, before I run through the plans and photos, outline application was granted on appeal. Members will recall it followed an allocation in the local plan. And as part of that outline consent, the access to the site, so the position of the access, the traffic generation was all considered as part of that appeal, as was the landscaping and the layout and the position of the building. So all that has been fixed and already approved. That leaves the applicant to get consent for two things from us as an authority. One, to the scale of the building. So that's not what it looks like, but the size of those buildings, how high they are. In particular, and the other thing is the appearance of those buildings, the actual what they will be finished, where the windows will be, what the design is like. So in front of you today is the application for the scale, so that's the size of the buildings, not the appearance. The applicant will need to come in with another application for that. So in effect, what you're considering here is the height, width and length of each of the buildings, although the location of those buildings in terms of their footprint was approved by the inspector. So this is the site here. Members will know the site well, given the history. There's levels issues across the site, a watercourse here and a tree planting being going on this part of the site. And this is the layout that was before the inspector and has been approved. So these are the positions of the buildings on the site. And also relevant to note here, you've got suds ponds at the bottom. You've got a big landscaping strip here that separates the site from residential properties to the south. You've got the access coming in, and then you have a retained hedge, or you've got the road, hedge, cycle footway, and you've got a further planting area, and then you get to the properties. And you can see the building types here, and I'll be making reference in particular to blocks N and block K. That's the red and the blue ones, which have caused the most comment on this application. And to remind members that we're in the AONB. So these are the scale of the buildings that have been proposed. So it's a combination of office buildings at 2-storey and employment units. So you have your typical sort of square plan with very low pitched roofs, and it's expected that the units that will come forward on the front of this site in terms of N and K are likely to be the office buildings at 2 stories. So then we've got cross sections, but top one in particular that shows a section through the road down into the site and to the building. So you can start seeing the context with properties or the few properties on the other side of the road there. And again, as I mentioned before, we've got quite a large landscaping strip that's already been approved as part of the inspector scheme. And we're looking at this field in here. And then when we look from the roads, members will know the site. We're looking at the site in here in front of those houses. And then you've got, and again, looking back the other way to the site in the foreground. And then there's various views that were sensitively looked at as part of the appeal. So the site is in here. So it gives you an idea of the location, and the inspector at the time of the appeal had to consider the principle of the scheme and its acceptability. So as I say, the only issue for consideration here is the scale of the buildings, and the application comes forward with a range of buildings between 6 meters and 7.5 meters. And the 7.5 in particular relates to those 2 blocks at the road frontage. So the 2 tallest buildings in effect are at the road frontage, and that's blocks H and K. And the others are set back in the site and as I say, behind landscaping and screening. So there's not been any wider concern raised about the visual impact of those. You will see in the report that there's concerns raised by the A&B team and from the landscape architect to the 7.5 meter heights of blocks N and K, and the views that have from the road and from further afield. And there has been some suggestion that those office blocks should be moved back into the site with lower buildings put on the site frontage. But in response to that, you'll see in the report, the buildings of this, so this footprint was already granted by the inspector, and at that time, the inspector had in front of him, or her, sorry, I can't remember, a range of buildings at exactly these heights, ranging from 6 meters to 7.5 meters. So that was in front of the inspector at that time, albeit indicatively, but the inspector had that in front of them and raised no concerns on this footprint and scale of buildings. The landscape and visual impact assessment documents that were at appeal assessed the visual impacts on the AONB on the basis of these heights of buildings, and the inspector found that to be acceptable during that appeal. The mass was also agreed at the outline stage. So as I say, the footprint of these buildings and the amount of development on site in terms of the amount of office development and employment floor space. So these plans in effect copy what was before that inspector. In terms of the wider visual impact, we got a 90 meters distance between these residential properties and the closest buildings, and particularly Block K, across a very wide landscaping strip. And anybody that's been down this road recently will see that the applicant started putting that landscaping in with consent up front to get that landscaping in early. And then in terms of blocks N and K, there's a 20-meter gap between them with a planted area to reduce their impact. And as I say, they're set back from the road and set back from the closest residential properties. And as I mentioned, there's offices to the front, hopefully, which will create a better frontage to the site. There's been some mention from the town council, I think in particular, about the compliance with the neighbourhood plan, because there's a map in there about key views. But this appeal was granted before the neighbourhood plan was made and came into force, and their key views relate to adjoining sites, not to this site. So officers' view is that when you look at the site from the road, having a 7.5 meter building at the frontage here won't be out of character. 7.5 meters as a general rule is the height of a 2-story house to its roof. So it's nothing excessive, bearing in mind it's going to be set back from the road behind planting and with this planted gap between. And then also from more distant views, having the 7.5 meters buildings at the front, again, we don't feel from those distance views you're going to be able to make out a difference between a 6 meter or 7.5 meter tall building from those distance views. As I say, there has been some suggestion about moving the buildings around within the plot, but that isn't the footprint that's been laid out and agreed by the inspector. And as I say, for the reasons that I've stated, it's not considered that 7.5 meters of that road frontage it is unacceptable or will have a harmful visual impact to an extent that could be refused. Just covering a couple of other issues, the site is close to Sidmouth Conservation Area and listed buildings, but again, that was considered an appeal and there was no harm, and there's not considered to be any further harm proposed from the scale of buildings proposed here. There'll be, in terms of amenity, I've mentioned the distances and the landscaping, so there's no impact on amenity of surrounding residents either, and the access has already been granted as part of the outline appeal. So in conclusion, officers feel that despite the concerns raised about the 7.5 meter height of blocks N and K in particular, they are acceptable. They won't have a wider visual impact, and mainly because all of this information was before the inspector at the appeal, when the inspector assessed the suitability of the scheme, the amount of floor space, the footprint of the schemes, and what landscaping would be needed to adequately screen and mitigate the development. So there's not considered to be any wider harm. I understand the concerns of the AONB team and the landscape officer, but and I don't like disagreeing with them, but in this case, neither party were that closely engaged in the appeal, so they won't be aware that a lot of these plans were already before the inspector when the inspector granted that appeal, and that these heights of buildings were considered at that time. As I say, no harm to heritage assets or the amenity of the area. So in light of all of that, there's not considered there's any grounds for refusal, so the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Just to refresh, some of us weren't on planning at the time. Can you give the reasons why the application was refused in the first place?
Yeah, so it was an allocation in the local plan, but it was refused mainly. Well, there were two grounds. One was visual impact, I think, and the second one and the main concern was about traffic generation. So it was concerns about the large HGV vehicles accessing the site, and particularly having to go through Sidbury and Sid Ford. But those issues went in front of the inspector, and the inspector found the visual impact would be acceptable and found the traffic impact acceptable.
Yeah, and did Highways object at the time?
Yes, so they defended the appeal on the basis of
Right.
the traffic impact, but the inspector didn't agree with that.
Okay, so the inspector more or less overruled everybody. Okay, Mr. Marchant, would you have 3 minutes?
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
2019 appeal decision permitted 8,445 square metres of development. The inspector approved all details related to access, landscaping and layout. The layout defined the buildings, their length and depth. Under the inspector's schedule of conditions, the road and building layout defined in drawing SK001, P1 and P6, and the building types drawing L002 were approved with the conditional wording: the development hereby approved shall be carried out in accordance with the following plans. These three drawings form this present application for scale. L002 defined heights of eaves and ridges, and this information was provided and significant in the landscape visual impact assessment. In moving towards appeal, the local authority signed a statement of common ground. The function of this was to agree where there was no dispute between the applicant and the authority. The statement of common ground concluded that landscaping and visual impact cannot be sustained as a reason for refusing the scheme. Through drawing L002, the inspector had the parameters of building heights of every block. The present proposal drawings submitted information is unchanged from that appeal. Block K and Block N are proposed two-storey offices. Their height to ridge is the same as a two-storey house. Other blocks to the east are mainly single-storey workshops, light industry space. Chapters in the environmental impact assessment, which was part of the appeal, guided locations of single and two-storey buildings, and assessment of this has been completed and approved. Blocks K and N are set back from the public highway between 15 and 18 metres. Less than half the length of the site along Two Bridges Road is to include a building. Most of that space is open space. There is only one residential property directly opposite Block K, and it is 45 metres distant from the building line. If by contrast, you consider the context of an average street of 5 metres wide with 2 metres footways with enclosures on either side, it would be, my opinion, unsustainable for an authority to maintain a refusal related to street enclosure or residential impact. 2,500 trees, whips and hedges have already been planted to screen properties south of Laundry Lane. This has occurred early. Equally, the approved landscape strategy for Two Bridges Road will see lots of additional planting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant. Now there's an objector's statement to be read out. Wendy?
Yes, it's from Mr. Nelson. So he would like me to read out: there comes a point in time where somebody has to say enough is enough. This development has nothing to do with local economic benefit or creation of opportunities. It has everything to do with further lining of the pockets of the appellants. Interestingly, the document they have submitted provides their company name as OG Holdings Retirement Benefit Scheme, which says a lot. I am all for entrepreneurialism, We run our own 2-person SEM in Ballard Grove, and we know the challenges around growing a business to become self-supporting and with a sustainable focus to see this scheme develop as it has driven me beyond anger. I have tried to write this many times over to show it both appropriate and poignant, but I think my views can be summed up by using my wife's wise words, which she has made as part of her own objections. Number one, there is limited information to justify the benefits that would be achieved and limited information about the environmental and sustainable credentials of the proposal that would suggest this will be suitable and aligned with the overall objectives of the UK in achieving a net zero carbon infrastructure. Number two, any developments should have very clear caveats that sustainable solutions are being implemented, whereas this proposal appears only to be adding to pollution and a reduction in the quality of the local environment /AONB. Number three, the local highways infrastructure is completely unsuitable for supporting this development. Roads are too narrow and are already congested. Properties open directly onto the roads. There are no suitable crossings in place for pedestrians. Living in Sidford, we regularly experience gridlock as large vehicles and excessive number of vehicles struggle with the road infrastructure as it currently stands. This will also drive unnecessary pollution in the area for local residents while vehicles sit idling in traffic. Number four, there are no details on specific building details. They are sustainable. Is it green energy being used as standard? Will conditions of approval include standards of maintenance of development, or will it end up looking like Alexandra Industrial Estate, which we all know looks like a complete dump / bomb site with zero investment or facility management? Will there be living roofs, green walls, or both aesthetic and sustainable benefit? Number five, the hedge at Laundry Lane has already been ripped out, which does not suggest any attention to focus on the environment. It would be good to understand why that was necessary, as it has now just been replaced with metal fence whilst the planning permission is pursued. Number six, will the developers who are doing this for local employment have conditions to adhere to included in the approval around a level of local employment, a level of renting the business units to local residents, affordable rates for local businesses and startups? Will there be conditions around renting to sustainable businesses, net zero carbon targets for the build and ongoing operation of the units? Number seven, what research has been undertaken to show the demand for these business units and the benefit to local economy? I will end on this note. Why, if this scheme is allegedly beneficial and needed for the local area, has the application had to go to appeal? Why would the local council, who knows best the area, have not already approved it? And it would be greeted with open arms by everyone associated. I see nobody other than the appellants and the agent who want it to go forward. Please, I ask you, put the residents of the area first, rather than just two individuals determined to simply earn off the back of the misery and financial impact they are determined to inflict on others to suit their own needs. End of statement.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, ward member now, Councillor Loudon. I see you've done a lot of work on this.
Not particularly, Chair. Others have done much more. Right, shall I start?
Yeah, please, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. This application relates to a site that more than 2 years on from the planning inspector's decision still causes much comment and concern from local residents, and that point is well reflected in the comments from members of the public that were received in response to the application's consultation process. And page 35 informs us that some 54 letters of continuing objection were submitted, and I suspect most of them were linked in many ways to the sorts of concerns you've just heard. I've sought in my comments that I've submitted, and which are set out on pages 24 to 27, to comment solely upon the matters that are directly related to this application of scale. It would have been so easy to have strayed much further. However, in touching upon scale, I must also, in small part, also refer to layout, as the two matters are, in one regard, interrelated. Before I highlight my key submissions, I need to express my disappointment that I'm here disagreeing with our professional officers. Now, whilst I respect their opinions and my comments are made on behalf of residents and lay member, I think given the significant continuing local opposition to this site being developed, it's probably not surprising that my submissions are at odds with those of the officers, and that's sad. For my part, I'm trying to square the circle between what's already been given the green light by the inspector and what residents still find inappropriate. So, Chair, I therefore wish to highlight the following points relating to scale, and I refer to the documentation in front of you. So, first of all, at page 26, if one goes down to the sixth paragraph down, here, I'm talking about challenging the assumption that the site scale won't have a negative visual impact from a longer distance. I disagree with that assessment. Equally, the next paragraph down, I also disagree with the report's assessment that the character of the site and its locality has already been changed by the virtue of the planning inspector decision to change from agriculture to industrial use. Whilst that's a given, I disagree with that assessment. On to page 27 and the second paragraph down, I reference, and Mr. Rose has referenced, the landscape architect and East Devon AMB talking about the height of the buildings at the very front, and Mr. Marchant made reference to those as well. I have challenged the heights here at the front of the site. The next paragraph down, with regards to the height, I do disagree with the reference here that I've extracted from the report, and I think that the fact that we've got N and K at the front are most disappointing, particularly bearing in mind that they're office accommodation. And then the next paragraph down, I'm talking here about the view from the neighbouring residential properties, which in many ways is the most important aspect for me, because those residents have to live with the site being in front of them, and therefore I don't believe that the comments here in the report reflect the reality for the residents nor the locality. Chair, then if I may turn you to page 40 of the documentation, and right at the very bottom of that page, I'm saying here that the points made particularly by the landscape architect and the AONB team here change should have a material change on the layout, and I heard the point that Mr. Rose made, but I would hope that we could do something around that. Turning over to page 41.
30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. I'll draw your attention to the first paragraph down about the tallest buildings being at the front, and then the next paragraph here at the very end. I don't believe that the buildings conserve or enhance the AONB. Chair, I think it's probably be remiss of me if I don't declare an interest. I was on the steering group of the campaigning group against the site, and I represented it at the 2019 appeal in front of the inspector. But I give my comments in good faith as the ward member. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Loudon. Right, committee members, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. And obviously there's a lot of feeling around this and has been for a very long time. But I think what is fundamentally important here in the way that we speak on this application today is to stick to the bits as to what we are actually, what is being applied for, and the bits that are relevant to this particular application. It seems that if I'm right in correct in what Mr. Rhodes was in his opening gambit in laying out where we're going with this, is that we're really talking about the scale and the size of the buildings and the height of the buildings. And within the comments that Mr. Rhodes also made was what the planning inspector had already seen, this scale and this height, and there was no views from the inspector at that time, although you would have to ask a question and say, well, perhaps they weren't particularly asked for that, but it certainly wasn't something that was raised. And that is relevant to a degree. And it's only relevant to a degree from the point of view is if this were to be refused and thrown out, I guess it could go back to the planning inspector, and it could go through the whole thing again, and they could actually take their view. So their view does matter. But we are the planning authority, and it's what we do as a decision-making authority, and what we do here today. I'm actually going to go along and seeing the scale and the set out that it's put out. I'm going to go along with the recommendation of the officers. I'm going to be recommending approval with the so-called conditions that come beneath that. And I think I'm going to leave it to that for the minute and see what others have to say, Madam Chair, and go on that. But that's my motion. I'm going to move for recommendation of approval along with the conditions, which is running alongside what the officers' recommendation are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that, please?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, all right, Mike, you go.
Am I allowed to speak, Chair?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. This is one of those regretful days when, you've tried to refuse something before. We did try and refuse it. In fact, I can remember refusing it with Mr. Rose on the exact grounds that unfortunately we lost the appeal on. And I can understand and sympathise and would be doing exactly the same as all the people that have written in opposition to this. But unfortunately, there are no grounds for refusal here. Not one. The appeal inspector, as Mr. Rose has set out, saw this. He didn't dismiss it. The scale, it is purely scale we are talking about. And this is identical to the one that went to appeal. And as I say, the appeal inspectors did not dismiss it at that point. The scale is set. We are really struggling with this. And I wish I could see any sort of hope of amending, changing, doing anything. But there, as far as I can see and read, and having studied planning for too many laws, too many years now, there isn't a hope in hell. In fact, I would say there is a good chance if we did refuse it, we would have costs awarded against us for acting totally unreasonable. Mm-hmm. And that is the problem we have to consider. I am happy. The real problem is nothing's changed. The MPPF, although did change during this application, hasn't changed in a way that helps us at all with those amendments. And we've no changes to our local plan because obviously we're still doing it. So unfortunately, and very regrettably, I have to support approval because there are no grounds that I can see unless someone comes up with the magic wand for refusal on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Yes, we're between a rock and a hard place, no doubt. Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you, Chair. I think that, yes, we're all looking at the proposed scale, as it clearly says. And I think if we look at page 39, it goes on to say other blocks such as A, B, C, D, E, and F are single story with mezzanine. And these blocks do not exceed 6.5 metres in height. So it is quite clear that some blocks are within an acceptable scale and range, but as Councillor Howe and Councillor Skinner said before that, clearly the inspector has seen an illustrative size and has not made any significant changes. So I think that it is with regret that we will have to follow the guidance given by our officers. But I would like to point out that it would have been better if the applicant could have come in with a lot more single story with mezzanine blocks, which clearly wouldn't have upset as many residents as we've had here. And I do commend the efforts of the ward member and all who have lobbied us, but clearly we are where we are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, like others before, none of this sits well with me. As you said, when this particular inspector called, everyone just has been overruled. As Bruce has just said, really feel for the local people there, and for Councillor Loudon as well, who's made, you know, as you said, a lot of work gone into what he said today. But I mean, I think, and you know, I would like the, you know, sort of the people who have objected to this to know that we do this through gritted teeth. This is not something that we're all, you know, we're all happy just to wave through, even though the eventual vote may show, may look like that. But unfortunately, all of the objections that they've put forward are to something which has gone. It's not something that we can have any say on today. And it's incredibly frustrating because I didn't support it. I don't support any of what's going on. But as others have said, I don't really see what else we can do other than to approve. So I'm glad I didn't have to propose it. I'm glad somebody's done that before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward, anything to add?
Well, just to reiterate, just to agree with the direction of travel, that initially I was taking great strength from the comments from the AONB saying great weight should be given to the surroundings and would have a major adverse impact on the AONB. But I think we're going to have a complete struggle, uphill struggle with the inspector. So I'm happy to go along with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Key, anything to add?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I concur exactly with everything that Councillor Howard said. The thing that I would like to actually put forward, and I cannot find any reference to it in the report at all, and perhaps Mr. Rose could help, but I would like to see solar panels on all of the roofs of this development so that they are helping with the economy. So I don't know whether this is possible, Mr. Rose, is it?
Through you, Chair. So that's something that, well, there's two things there, really. One, it wasn't something the inspector insisted on as part of the appeal, but it is within the gift of the applicant when they come forward with the other application they need in terms of the appearance of the buildings to propose those at that time. And obviously the agent's here, so he will have heard that and can take that on board, Councillor Key.
I wonder if at this point I could ask the agent, Mr. Marchant, if that could be considered, and how likely would it be?
Yes, that can be considered, and I suspect it will be welcomed.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a little bit of light anyway. Councillor Laura.
Could that, sorry, Chairman, could that be added then actually to the proposal of approval?
Over to you, Mr. Rose.
No, I don't think we can at this
No.
stage because we're only dealing with the scale of the building, not its appearance and what's going to go there. But as you said, we will. The mark has gone down, so we will. If this gets approved and the applicant moves on to the appearance, we will take that on board at that time.
Thank you very much.
Could we add it as an informative then?
Certainly can, yes, through you, Chair.
At least that gets something, if you get my meaning, a piece of paper to say.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I've got to say that I was moved by the statement from the resident and also by the amount of work that Councillor Loudon has put in. We are between a rock and a hard place, and there is very little we can do about this. I'm just wondering if we could call on the applicant to take some notice of public opinion with regard to putting these taller buildings at the back. I don't see any reason why they couldn't change them if they want to now. One of the other areas that I'm concerned about is that the agent said that they'd already planted whips along the road frontage. I mean, whips are going to take years to grow, and I'm just wondering if there's something else they could put in to mitigate the view of these buildings, because I mean they're obviously, most of them are going to be like warehousing, going to be quite ugly, and I wouldn't want to look out on them. And I just agree with the comment on the solar panels as well. I think it would be remiss of us to allow them to get away with not putting them on there. But we are stuck with the inspector. I can't understand why the inspector gave these decisions, but at the end of the day, we're faced with them. We have to comply with them. Thank you.
Yeah. I wonder if I could go back to the agent and ask about the whips.
Yes, I'm happy to respond to that. You on your plan, you will see the laundry lane at the bottom, where sort of all the whips and things have gone in, and there's kind of like a triangular V section on the east side of that site, where there is a piece of woodland as well that's gone in. There are a mixture of whips. The whips go into the actual hedge line. There are trees as well that have gone in, sort of heavier stock. There will be other significant trees going in between the landscape area and block A, B, and C on your plan. So that northern limit of the open space there will have higher tree planting. There will also be a landscape stretch right the way along Two Bridges Road, and in between block N and K and around the hub where block M is will be the sort of public spaces for the people utilising the employment park. Around the whole perimeter, there is also wider landscape strategy. The landscape strategy itself is an approved document. So although perhaps you, amongst all the documents that have been submitted previously, that one's perhaps not been picked out by you all as part of the environmental impact assessment, but the works that have just gone in were not conditioned to go in early by the inspector, but listening to local residents' concerns and also recognising existing flood risk. The work that went in early, so that by the time we get through a process with you of the design of the buildings and the submission process and construction processes associated with that, the whips and all of the trees that go to the south will have been in and established for as long as possible, perhaps by as much as 2 years. So, you know, there is a lot more to go in, but we felt because of the bungalows on Laundry Lane being the smallest of the properties, that the investment that's gone in was sort of like a priority area for us, off the applicant's own back, not obliged by the inspector. And Councillor Ragg, if I may, with regards to the issue, you asked the question about visual impact assessment by the inspector, the statement of common ground dismissed that as an argument between us, between the LPA and ourselves at appeal. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Marchant. Councillor Pratt, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe we shouldn't take the application as passed, because there are issues which haven't been discussed by colleagues on this committee. For example, the local plan policy D1 item 2 states proposals will only be permitted where they ensure that the scale, massing, density, height relates well to their context. And secondly, we have the report from the East Devon District Officer, Chris Harides, who is the council's landscape architect. He says the scale of the proposed buildings does not take adequate account of the site context and is unacceptable in terms of visual impact. We are dealing with scale here.
and the proposals are contrary to policy D1, item 2. Further, officers at the East Devon AONB state the scale of development in this location will have a major and adverse impact on the character of the AONB. I don't think these statements can be ignored. I know now how the vote is going to go. My colleagues on this committee have made it very clear, but I'll be voting against this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. Although I would add that the inspector, for him or her, the scale wasn't an issue. So we wouldn't be on firm ground there by any means. We'd sink. Councillor Davey, do you have anything new?
Well, I want to support what Councillor Pratt just said, and just to point out that we are here considering scale. And I'd just like to ask Chris a question, because what I want to know is, I understand that the inspector had these heights and this layout in front of them. Did he have, or she, have these heights in these locations in front of them?
Yeah, so through you, Chair. So yes is the answer to that, Councillor Davey. So although scale wasn't something the inspector was considering, when the inspector considered the wider visual impact of this scheme on the AONB, the inspector had this plan in front of you with the layout and the footprints, and the other one that I showed in terms of the the scale of the building. So whilst scale wasn't before the inspector for consideration, the inspector did look at the impact of the scheme on the basis of the floor space proposed, which resulted in buildings of these footprints and these heights. So, which is why I'm saying, in effect, the inspector has made the assessment that these scale and heights of buildings was acceptable in the AONB, which led to them granting the appeal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, in that case, I question why we're even here, because I can't see that we can reasonably uphold this if we refuse this, even though I would very much like to, and I can't quite see why they've put the two biggest buildings right by the road. It kind of feels, well, I won't say what the metaphor for that would be, but it would involve two.
Have you finished?
Yeah, I've got nothing else to say.
Okay. Back to you, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder why we have the agent there, whether it be possible through you to ask, first of all, would the applicant be prepared to move those two big buildings to the back of the site, even though they've got approval through the inspector? And secondly, I do know that road is subject to flooding at times. I just wonder what the mitigation is in place for the increased water running off the site. If I can ask through you, Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Rose?
Well, I think Mr. Marchink is best placed to answer the question about the relocation of the buildings.
Yeah.
Right, with regards to the two questions, with regards to the flood improvement and the water off of the site, they're two different measures. So the area that you've got to the east, where the two attenuation ponds are, those are associated with the management of water flow from the development itself. The large kind of bath structure that sits around the watercourse, that reduction in land volume there, is associated with flood improvement. So that should take water from the carriageway and also from the culvert, and it increases the culvert capacity by a further third, and increases the rate of water being held in that basin, that in turn should help the road to the west, but it should also, where you've got things like the Sheep Bridge in Sidford, will mean that there's less water entering the confluence point, because it'll be held here for longer and will affect things downstream. So there is a betterment with this application, which is related to the structure of the site as it is at present, and then the management of the water on the site in the future is handled in the attenuation ponds. With regards to the issue over the two buildings at the front, I mean, this application has been going on for an awfully long time in terms of its overall assessment. And obviously the first inspector at the local plan saw a 3 and 2 story scheme. We were never asked to reduce that. It was 22,500 square feet, and we're down now 8.5, which is a reflection really of the applicant's desire to kind of move towards people's main concerns. The issue of putting the offices, ironically, on the frontage has not been to sort of put two fingers up to local people, which I think is where Councillor Davey was trying to go. Ironically, we were actually requested back in the day to make sure that the office element of the scheme was up near the frontage, where people felt, and it will be true to the case, that the architectural materials and activities will be perhaps more akin to what people want to see in the context of residential property opposite, as opposed to workshops and spaces that have a different physical form and different level of activity and vans and things. I would also draw your attention, and it's been something we've reflected on and the council have historically, that this site is looked down upon as well from elsewhere, not just at. And when you are from Sidbury Hill and things where the council has asked for receptors and things in the past, there is a significant benefit in putting those buildings along the frontage, because what they will do is when you're at an elevated position with the width of the open space, which is 90 metres plus the 20-metre gap, which will have the main trees in, you effectively will be blocking views in towards the car parking and the wider area. If you have the lowest buildings on the front, you'll see over them. So, you know, in terms of things like lights and stuff like that, they're all low level lighting and there's no sort of columns or anything like that proposed. So in actual fact, I understand why the reaction might be, oh, why put the 2-story there? But there is good reason for it. It will deflect a lot of the wider activities. You'll also note that when you go down the main road, the car parking is opposite it. So if you're going down past block K and D and you're heading towards blocks H and E, that is purposely offset, and there is boulevard planting through the centre of all parking spaces. So what you will actually see is a boulevard of planting along the road, and then central to that road, planting through the centre of spaces. And that happens in each one of the grid structures. So when you're looking in from higher positions, the location of the buildings, where they've been selected to be 2-story and single-story, and the location of the spaces between them and the planting strategy is actually to mitigate impact. So I understand the request, but I think if we were placing those buildings elsewhere, all you would do is open up views into some of the parking spaces and some of the activities you'd rather buffer.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. And it's an issue I'm feeling rather uncomfortable with. There's been questions asked of the agent whether or not he could do this or do that, almost like this committee is getting into some form of debate with an agent. That's not our role. It's not our place. I understand members wanting to try to get the best from it, but it's not our place to ask somebody to try to negotiate.
I don't think it was a debate, Councillor Skinner. People were asking questions because they feel quite strongly about this application.
If I may, Chair.
Yeah.
Councillor Lawrence particularly asked the question of the agent if he could do something about moving the buildings at the front to the back. That was not up for debate for the Mr. Marchant to have to answer those questions. He's not the owner of the land. The applicant is. We've got the application in front of us. Let's deal with that and let's march on.
Well, you know very well that anyone can make an application regardless of whether they own the land or not. I'm not getting into an argument here. Now, over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I had problems unmuting. We do have a proposal by Councillor Howe that hadn't been seconded by Councillor Skinner, the mover of the motion, in relation to the informative regarding solar panels. Could I just ask if Councillor Skinner agrees with that?
Absolutely, no problem at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, members, you have a motion to recommend approval subject to the conditions as set out in the report and that extra informative as discussed in the meeting. Members, when your name is called, please would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Reluctantly support to approve.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
For the first time in 2.5 years, I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Likewise, reluctantly support approval.
Councillor Howe.
Reluctantly support.
Councillor Key.
Reluctantly approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
I can't bring myself to do this. I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Councillor Whibley.
I think I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Okay, so we have 7 in support, 1 against and 3 abstentions. So that is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 12, application 210768, full minor application, Old Public Toilets, Castle Street, Axminster, pages 114 to 124. Now, welcome to the meeting, David Burley, the agent, and welcome back, Councillors Jackson and Boulding.
Chair, could I please, before we go into the item, I noticed that Councillor Brown is attending, and we just need to do the formalities of any declarations of interest, please.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah. I did receive emails on item 8, 9 and 14, and I'm the ward member for agenda item 15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you then, Mr. Rose.
Chair, yes, so this application relates to the Old Public Toilets, Castle Street, Axminster, which you can see outlined in red here, and it's a conversion of former public toilets to a dwelling with an upwards or a first floor extension. And it's here, it's contrary to view of the ward members, ward member, one of them. We're in the conservation area and we're in the centre of Axminster. So this is the floor layout at the moment. So 2 public toilets with 2 separate access points in, and this is the elevation. So single story, and you can see its relationship with the adjoining property. And there we go, the end elevations. This is the proposed floor plan at ground floor. So we get a study, a hall, and a bedroom, and then a new upper floor with this open plan living area and the roof. So that's the new proposed. You can just see the dotted line there, hopefully where my cursor is, of the existing roof, and then the outline of the new roof above that, with some changes to the fenestration. And again, looking side on at the proposal, again the existing ridge height, and then the proposed as part of this application. And these are the photos of it. So you can see the public toilets there, and there's this adjacent piece of land that's known as Jeff's Patch, that's part of the application site at the side of the building. And when you look from the street, you get an idea of the scale, and the main town centre is just up the road. And then looking back the other way, you get the view of the building there. And this building here, to note, is a listed building, and it's opposite a car garage MOT site. So in terms, this is so you can see how it joins the neighbouring property there. This is the property, and you might just be able to see the roof of the public toilets there, which would get raised up to about this level. And so raised up here alongside the neighbour's property. And that's the view out. So the building would be off to the left there. So in effect, this bridge would be raised up. So in terms of the principle of development, the public toilets were sold by the council some 15 years ago, seem to have been vacant since. There's other provision elsewhere in the town, and there's no plans to reopen these toilets. So the loss of the site from that use has been long established. It's within the built-up area boundary, so the principle of development is acceptable. Whilst there's no car parking proposed for the building, it's in the town centre and there's public car parks nearby, and it's an easy walk to the services and facilities. With regard to amenities, starting with amenity, the occupiers, you'll see in the report there has been some comment from the environmental health officer about noise from the garage, and a noise assessment is submitted with the application, and the environmental health officer is now satisfied that there'll be no harm to the amenity of the occupiers from the garage, and possibly more importantly, the occupation of this by residential shouldn't result in any complaints or any impact upon the garage itself. And with regard to the neighbour, as I went through, they will notice the increase of the pitch up here, but there'll be no harm to their main outlook. So whilst there'll be a slight impact, it's not harmful enough to justify refusal on the basis of the impact on the neighbour. So that comes then to the street scene. So you can judge for yourself how prominent the building is in the street scene from both directions, and what impact it would have by increasing the ridge height to that to create a second floor. Officers' views are that it will blend in with the character of the area. The Conservation Office has been involved in amendments to the scheme to change its design from what was originally submitted, and it's considered that there'll be no wider harm to the conservation area or to the street scene. It is quite a tight development in terms of how it fits on the site, but nothing that is particularly unusual, and it will create one small additional unit for the town. So in light of that, the principles supported, there's no amenity harm, it's considered to be a good design, won't harm the character of the conservation area, and as I say, it will provide an additional small unit in a very good location. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to David Burley, the agent. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Burley. Mr. Burley in?
Sorry, I didn't unmute myself, beg your pardon. As Chris Rose has just explained, the site is a small disused public toilet off Sign Steps and Castle Street in Axminster. It's within the conservation area and adjacent listed buildings. It's closed and sold by East Devon a number of years ago. It's only really been used for storage in recent years. It's deteriorating and clearly has a negative impact on the conservation area. As you can see from this photo, these photos here, it's quite diminutive in scale compared to its surroundings. And even when altered, it will still be very much smaller than the surrounding buildings. The proposals are to convert and add an upper floor to form a small one-bedroom dwelling. This will fund its repair and improve this part of the town. Proposals were submitted in April, and as Chris has said, there were substantial discussions, particularly with conservation. The height of the original proposal was reduced, and there have been changes to avoid potential overlooking of the neighbour's garden. We've adopted the Conservation Officer's preferred contemporary design approach in full, and now the scheme is recommended for approval. The Environmental Health Department raised concerns that these have been overcome by survey and changes in the design. The scheme originally, the original scheme was supported by the Parish Council and Councillor Moulding. There was an initial objection from the adjoining owner, Mrs. Ward, in May 2021, but we subsequently had numerous discussions, conversations, exchanges of documents, etc. And she now appears to be happy with the proposal. And we've actually come forward with a plan for mutual maintenance of the building, which is to both parties' advantage. There was an objection which still seems to stand from Councillor Jackson in respect of the initial submission, and why this application is before you today, but I've seen no comments since. The points originally discussed appear to have been resolved in satisfaction with the Planning and Conservation Officer, but these were primarily overdevelopment of the site. We believe we've addressed that now by a reduction in height from the original proposal to the current one of 750 millimetres. There's no change in the footprint from the original building, so we still have a footprint externally of 32 square metres, which represents 50% of the overall site, which for a small town centre dwelling, I think is quite reasonable. She also objected there was no off-street parking, and again, as Chris Rose has indicated, The site is very close to public transport and services, and it's in line with County Highways general policy for parking. And there is no County Highways objection. There was an issue raised about the land ownership of the Jets patch land adjacent. I believe that's now been cleared. We've proven that this is within our client's site ownership. And finally, there's an issue of the wall to the left of this photo you can see, which is in a poor state. And that's been queried whether that is within our client's ownership. I've had discussions with James Bennett at Building Control, and he's agreed that it is not. So in conclusion, this is a responsive scheme to reuse a small derelict building in the conservation area. It's been revised to address all of the officers' concerns, and the applicant hopes that members support the proposal by granting approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Chair. This one, I find, first of all, let me just declare an interest. I am friends with one of the employees at the garage opposite, and I note that they have made representations on the portal. I'll refer to those. I haven't discussed this application with them at all. So that's that one. Also, I have also received representations from one of the neighbours in objection, but again, they've posted several representations on the planning portal too, but I just thought it would be sensible to be open about that. So I find myself a little bit conflicted on this one because I would really like to see a derelict building like this brought back into good use. I think it's in desperate need of that. And I really do welcome the revisions made by the applicant to adjust the scheme based on the comments that were initially put forward. I thank them for that. And I think they've been very proactive in trying to get to a point where the proposals are good ones. So that's definitely worth acknowledgement. However, I've got a few concerns that are still outstanding, and I'd ask the committee consider those very carefully before coming to a decision. The first one still does relate to parking and road safety. And due to its central location, I don't have any major concerns around it having no on-street parking in principle. But I also have to look at it within the context of where it's situated. Castle Street is very narrow. It's a single lane, but it's two-way traffic. And HGVs do use this on a regular basis, particularly recovery vehicles, to serve the garage. Whilst there is plenty of public car parking in town, the temptation will still be nonetheless for residents to park outside their property. And that might be temporarily and it might not be, even if it's just for, dropping off shopping or passengers. Also, there's likely to be more deliveries. A lot of us have our deliveries direct to our homes now. We don't pick them up necessarily from the shops, and shopping habits have changed, and we all know that. Currently, there are no road markings that would prevent that behaviour other than that single yellow line. Certainly not double yellow lines. And the Highways Authority haven't commented, so I can't imagine they'd be particularly quick to change that. Now, I note from the original design access statement that the applicant referenced the forecourt of the commercial garage opposite as a public car park. And in all fairness, the revised design access statement corrects that. However, it still doesn't detract from the ongoing issue, which I'm well aware of people using their forecourt as a public car park and then heading off into town to do their shopping or other things. And so there would be a temptation, if you can't park directly outside your property, to use that as well. So that would further compound the problem. Now, given both of these cases, given both of these scenarios, there still could be a negative impact on the business opposite. So I just think it's worth mentioning because the Highways Authority haven't commented. And also, in terms of the actual construction, demolition and works that are needed to do to bring this building back into good use in such a small space, perhaps what the committee might want to consider is some kind of conditions around times of works and deliveries and such like, so as to cause as little disruption to the business opposite as possible. Given we've had very, very difficult couple of years, I think that would be a fair and reasonable thing to do. There is a couple of other concerns that I have. One occurred to me a little bit later on, and that's to do with contamination. And the application seemed to suggest that there was no contamination or potential for contamination or risk of previous contamination. And I just query this a little bit and perhaps defer to officers about this one. But this is a 1960s, 70s, or potentially older than that, ex-public toilet. So aside from the obvious risk that there might be around sewage contamination and old pipe work, buildings such as these are often riddled with asbestos. So should the committee find in favour, I just wonder if there ought to be a condition applied to it just to cover off any risks of contamination and dealing with asbestos and such. And the other concern that I have is still around loss of light. And I'm grateful that the roof line has been reduced substantially. However, loss of light is still loss of light to the extension of stepways. This report plays down the significance of that a little bit. And I don't think we can preempt how a room of a domestic premises can be used or might be used in future by the current residents or future residents. I don't think that's fair to do. So that also needs to be a consideration, I would say. So I just would like to thank the committee for their time, and I hope they consider those 3 points. And if you do approve the application, perhaps just consider some mitigating conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moulding.
Chair, I wonder how much time do we normally allow ward members to speak?
5 minutes for the ward members.
Was that 5 minutes?
I was going to ask how long that was.
It was longer than 5 minutes, I reckon. I won't be that long, Chair, I can assure you. And first of all, I realised I ought to declare an interest because Moulding's Memories was mentioned in the report, and that was written by me a little while ago, and I was amazed to find it referenced in the officer's report. And I'm pleased that these old public toilets, which I remember well, I used to live when I was a child, no matter than 50 yards away from these toilets, probably less than that, probably about 30 yards. And I'm pleased now that we have eventually reached a position where these old buildings, or this old building, can be brought back into use. Just on a point, there was concerns over noise from the garage, and I'm pleased that those have been addressed. And the applicant has negotiated a scheme to the correct scale and fenestration, which appears to satisfy our officers. And I'm sure this will be well received by local residents that this building is brought back into use. Now, I note that Councillor Jackson is concerned regarding lack of off-street parking, but this is just a one-bedroom property, would require very little in the way of off-street parking. Indeed, our members, and I particularly remember Councillor Davey, and I thoroughly agree with him, particularly keen to promote walking and cycling rather than car use. This site is right bang in the centre of Axminster. It is very likely that a future resident may not need to use a car whatsoever. And indeed, there's a nice bike store incorporated into the design, which I rather like. And all the other properties in Castle Street have access directly onto the highway. So I don't see that being a problem with this. Therefore, Chair, I recommend this for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, we had a successful conversion of public toilets in Withycombe at Exmouth into affordable housing. I think there were 8 units there, so they can be well utilised. Right, thank you. Councillor Sarum.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this is an excellent project. And I think there are three good points to take from this proposal. Firstly, the reduction in height, as we've heard, with no change in the footprint. Secondly, the project will preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. And thirdly, it will bring a redundant building back into use. I note what Councillor Jackson has said, and I think that response has been well provided by Councillor Moulding when he talked about there'll be little need for off-street parking because this project will be very useful for those who wish to walk and cycle. And I think that is really good. So for those reasons which I've listed, I would be more than happy to propose approval of this in line with the recommendations that we have before us. And obviously, I look for a seconder should one come forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a
I'm
seconder?
happy to second that, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Key, would you like to speak on it?
Yes, just very, very quickly. I mean, this is going to be very, very good because it's going to be an affordable unit. The only thing that did sort of concern me in actual fact, I mean, the garage was there before the actual toilets were originally built. So I don't think that, we want to see the garage closed because if there's a noise in there, a garage makes noise anyway. But yes, I mean, it's going to be an ideal, affordable dwelling, and I fully support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
You read that?
Yeah. Councillor Woodward?
I think he's saying his screen is frozen, Chair.
Oh, okay. Well, Councillor Howe then.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on some points Councillor Jackson made, asbestos is covered under separate legislation, has nothing to do with planning. And as for car parking, as has been mentioned, this is a rundown, redundant building in the middle of a town centre. How green can you get to not bring it into sensible use for, a home, a one-bed home, particularly as well when we have such a demand for such? So I am sorry it's even here, to be honest. It should have gone through on delegation, but I'm happy to support it and will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward, are you back with us?
Oh, hang on. No.
No?
No.
Okay. Go over to you then, Mrs. Shaw. No other speakers.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have one motion before you, and that is to approve with the conditions as listed in the report. Members, please would you indicate when your name is called, whether you're in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Support the motion for approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Howe.
Support approval.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Whibley.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimously supported, so that application is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Now we go to agenda item 9, application number 211516. It's a major reserved matters, very controversial one. Goodmore's Farm, Hallam Road, Exmouth, pages 46 to 66. I'd like to welcome Malcolm Gigg, the agent, and the ward member, Councillor Jeff Young. Thank you. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this application relates to Goodmore's Farm. It's a application for partial reserve matters for 191 units. So it follows reserve matters that members granted earlier this year for the whole of the site for about 300 dwellings. This application just relates to this southern or southeastern part of the site here, not to the rest of the site, which will be developed in accordance with the plans that were approved earlier in the year. I understand that the applications come about through a split of ownership of each part of the site, and hence this part of the site has come forward separately again with some small changes. But I must reiterate all of the conditions that were granted at the outline stage, everything that is within the legal agreement at the outline stage in terms of the timing for coming forward of the community space, the school, the affordable housing, that is all still secured by that original legal agreement and remains unchanged as if this application gets approved. And it's before members because the Office of Recommendations contrary to the view of the Town Council and a ward member. So this is the site the members be aware of. So you can see the what's called the adjacent development, which was granted as part of the reserve matters earlier in the year, and now we are relating to this southern part, southeastern part of the site. And in effect, the changes are quite minimal. There's a change to the layout of the properties around this access here, and then there's a change to the road layout around this part of the site. And if I can just move on a bit. So this is the original of the layout that was approved earlier in the year. So you might be able to make out a slight change, ever so slight change to the layout of the properties in this part of the scheme. And you'll note here that we've got one road that loops round and another road that loops round. Whereas what we have proposed now is a slight change here, and then this one single loop that runs around the site. The reasons, main reason for this is to reduce the amount of hard surfacing on the site, and therefore, by default, address surface water runoff matters because there is a suds pond here. So by reducing the hard surfacing, it's reducing the amount of runoff and we've got less hard surfacing, more green, more garden, and less runoff that needs to go to that suds pond. But everything else about the site in terms of the remainder of the site and the layout of the scheme, the retention of hedges, trees, all remains as per the scheme that was in front of you earlier in this year, as do all the designs of the houses that were before you. And this is the site and various photos of the site. So the principle of development's already granted. In fact, reserve matters of a very similar scheme's always been consented on this site. But the reduction in the amount of roads and hard surfacing has helped the applicant. Well, one, it's good to reduce the amount of hard surfacing, and secondly, it's aided with the water runoff rates. So now they've managed to this part of the overall development, when taken as a whole, will control the runoff rates to greenfield levels, greenfield rates, and that's been agreed with the Devon County as the drainage authority. That's been the main issue that we've been dealing with that's delayed this application, is getting the calculations for the runoff across the site agreed with Devon County, and that has now been agreed. As have the comments from the landscape architect, so the hedges and trees across the site have all been retained as before, so there's no changes from what was agreed previously. So we can only consider those changes or those amendments as part of this application. If there's something about those changes to this area or this road layout, sorry, that's the old layout, that members are unhappy with, that's all we would be able to refuse planning permission on. And as I say, we don't have any concerns about the change to the layout of these units here, or to having this particular link road that wraps around here. So in light of the fact that these are very small changes from what was previously agreed by committee, and there's no harm, wider harm from that, and given that all the everything that was secured previously in the legal agreement is still secured again and remains to be delivered as per that section 106 agreement, we find no harm with the application, and we're recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Malcolm Gigg, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman, thank you for letting me talk today. The proposals before you today are the reduced second reserve matters application for only half of the site, as you've heard, and our already approved reserve matters and outline permission granted for Goodmoors Farm. This application specifically is for the internal site alterations to simplify the internal road layout and reduce hard standing. We have over the last 6 months worked very closely with the planning team to prepare and submit an application that would be suitable and be supported by the team to cover the reserve matters items, and are pleased to see that the team have recommended approval for the application. In completing this application, we've worked with a number of specialist firms to provide the necessary details for highways, drainage, landscaping, arboricultural works, to name but a few, as required. This culminating in supporting drawings, reports and details before you today. As the principle of development has been granted through the outline approval and the overall site details approved through the original reserve matters, this application is simply to revise the internal road layout, readjust the house positions in this area. As stated in the officer's report, the affordable housing element of the development remains covered by the original 106 legal agreement, and this remains unchanged from the earlier approved outline and reserve matters approvals. Even though the numbers overall for the dwellings have been reduced by 1, and that the original reserve matters approval, the affordable amount offered hasn't changed, and the same agreed number of affordable dwellings set out in the 106 agreement will be passed over to this new application. It's important to state that all of the infrastructure that has already been approved under the original reserve matters approval will remain to be provided on the site for the development, that the site will remain an ecological enhancement for the overall area, with the safeguarding of protected areas, such as the site at the leap at the top of the development, the back corridor and the protected trees and hedgerows being retained throughout the site, together with the introduction of 2 attenuation ponds being created on site. This will create havens for both animals and enhance safe zones for the future wildlife in this area. In conclusion, this application answers the reserve matters points set out by the outline approval for the development of the site, this being the only items to be approved under this application. The affordable housing element has already been approved under the agreed Section 106 agreement at outlying stage, and the site has provided a safeguard to ecology on the site. I would ask the committee to follow the officer's recommendations and support the application to ensure that the dwellings can be provided for Exmouth. As always, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Right, go to board member now, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this application. And just to explain, this application straddles the boundary of the village of Lympston and Exmouth. So what is developed here will affect residents in my ward. I had a great number of emails regarding this application, most saying stop Goodmoors, but unfortunately that opportunity is not possible. This is a minor change to an approved application. Others insist that the extension to Denon Way must be built first, but again, this is not possible as the government Levelling Up Fund has not been forthcoming, and we wait for funding to come forward for this long-awaited road project. So we have a scheme which is in concept, goes back 15, 20 years, that the local plan supported back in 2012 and was finally approved in 2020. And we are now being asked to approve some amendments. The design of the whole of Goodmoors farm therefore reflects the previous build-out estates of Brixington with similar layout and density. If the architects were starting with a blank piece of paper today, I would hope a better scheme would be made on this difficult location. We are now looking at a new local plan, and further developments are being proposed above the site for another few hundred houses. So I hope if these schemes do come forward, we can improve on the design and concept to be more fitting to this location, but that discussion is for another day. So we have the changes improved. So have the changes improved the previous approved layout and scale of the estate? Well, it has removed one dwelling, so yes, it's better, less congested, but as my teacher used to say, room for improvement. Our architect, Chris Haides, noted that a pedestrian cycleway access should be provided on Marley Road to the south of plot 97. Could it be confirmed that this will be included? Have the changes improved appearance? Yes, slightly, but very similar to the previous approval. Landscaping has been slightly improved, but our architect, who has spent a lot of time reviewing these drawings, would like to see further advancements. He believes that the excessive use of hornbeam hedging throughout affords poor visual amenity, lacks biodiversity, and lacks resilience against climate change and disease. Therefore, can the planting be more varied by condition? He would also like to see more trees on the street boundary fronts of 147, 148, 70, 71, 74, and 75. And again, can this be included in conditions? He also considers that the details provided are inadequate discharge landscape conditions related to the previous application. So can it be confirmed that this again can be covered by a condition? According to the previous application, there is going to be a measurable net gain of biodiversity. I would like to ask, therefore, how this is going to be measured. Will it be through a landscape and ecological management plan? There are new policies coming out in our new local plan, which would be nice to have on this application, such as bird nest bricks, bat boxes, hedge highways, open space enhancements, wildflower planting, and 25% tree cover. I would hope that these small additions could be added by the developer, along with the installation of electric car charging points, as we are in a biodiversity climate change emergency, and we all need to do something for the planet. Flooding concerns was another resident's concern, but I understand this have now been okayed by the Devon CC flood team. However, the scheme does seem to require ongoing maintenance and upkeep, and I wonder if there is sufficient covering for the long term. Thank you for listening, and I hope this helps with your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Can I go back to Mr. Rose, please, and ask him to address the points made by Councillor Young regarding conditions with regard to tree planting, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I think we had similar discussions when this was committee before, that the scheme didn't fully accord with the landscape architect's desires, but we got to a position where he was satisfied with there were improvements made over the months by the applicant, and we got to a position where the landscape architect accepted what was the scheme that's in front of you now, but subject to the conditions that are proposed as part of this application. So there's a condition 4 on there on a landscape and ecology management plan, which I think Councillor Young mentioned, and there's also condition 6 there on a landscape strategy and design code. So I think a combination of the landscape architect's involvement to date and those two conditions satisfy the issue with regard to landscaping. And I think Councillor Young made a comment about whether there's any cycleway, footway down from this part of the site, which there isn't. There's cycle access through the site. I think Councillor Young might be aware we're getting quite a lot of concern, or some concern at the moment, from residents not wanting any access into the development from Marley Road for construction. And yeah, hopefully that answers what was raised.
Thank you. And regarding Marley Road, I had another email this morning to say that there is still construction traffic using Marley Road, which they're not allowed to do. So perhaps enforcement could go out there yet again, please.
Yeah, I will ask the enforcement officer to follow up on that, and obviously Mr. Giggs on the call, or on this Zoom call, so he can follow it up as well.
Thank you. And just to refresh my memory, Chris, the fact that there's such a low amount of affordable housing within this site, was that because a school is planned there? As I think that was part of the Devon structure plan.
Yeah, so the original policy, or the current strategy in the local plan, was for this site to be developed to about 300 and up to 350 houses, plus place for a school, plus a communal sort of commercial area, and the sort of 4 or 5 hectares of employment land. So at the time of the outline application, we had a viability appraisal submitted, which demonstrated that to provide the land for the school, the open space up here, the commercial area, and the employment, that the scheme could only provide those 16 affordable units. And that was agreed by committee at that time.
And now it's doubtful that a school will be needed because of the fall in pupils. I'm going to go now to the ward member of the adjacent ward, Councillor Paul Miller.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I'll address the written objection I made. I wanted to make it very clear that I'm not against a development on this site in principle, and therefore I'm not predetermined, but the details of this scheme expose it to undermine this council's climate emergency declaration and our commitment towards truly affordable homes. The Goodmoors Farm development has attracted near universal condemnation from local residents in my ward. Concerns are serious and wide-ranging, from access via Marley Road and flooding risks related to the development to the scandalously low number of housing which will be built as affordable, in inverted commas, meaning that it will fail to fulfil local need and instead is more likely to provide second home ownership and buy-to-let opportunities for people who, while I do not begrudge them their success in property investment, do not need this land nearly as much as residents I support in my ward. This country, like all others, has a limited amount of land, and it's beholden on us to use that for public good. With the Deanham Way extension on ice, I am concerned that commercial units at the top end of the site have the potential to cause major traffic issues. Imagine if one of these commercial units was a supermarket. Likewise, as you mentioned, Chair, the primary school has proven to fulfil no actual defined need. The County Council confirmed that school intake numbers have reduced. Compounding that is the separate issue of residents reporting to me that Deanham Way is often being used as a racetrack. Traffic calming measures and pedestrian crossings need to be agreed. Both the commercial units and the school have effectively reduced the number of affordable homes on the site, which I find really disappointing. They should have been the priority. Sadly, the principles of this development, as Councillor Young mentioned, were agreed by the Planning Committee in 2014. Despite so much having changed since then, we cannot change this, and I believe that is an affront to democracy. I therefore have to associate myself with Councillor Davey in an earlier part of this meeting in another application and local objectors on this application in saying, why are we here? This Goodmoors Farm development proved that central government has given private developers a licence to print money, refusing to tighten their enormous profit margins and with scant duty for social good or environmental protection. As much as I know that the committee can do little but to add conditions, and I support Councillor Young's suggestion that we may try to add a condition in terms of a cycle track at the bottom through Marley Road, and I also support your comment, Chair, about the access and the need for enforcement. Despite all that, I have to state my objection to this application, even though I know there is little we can do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Right, go to committee now. Councillor Skinner.
Chair, I wonder if it would be poignant, it's entirely up to you whether you wanted Exmouth members to speak first, but I'm quite happy to go, it's not a problem. But if would you like to do that?
Well,
or up to you?
yeah, that's very gracious of you. Thank you. Councillor Desarum.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I think we've all listened very carefully to the moving statements that have been made, And I think that if we look at page 55, you can see the concerns raised about this development. And we've touched on the issues today with the access at Marley Road. We've touched on the flooding. But we have to go back to what the ward member, Councillor Young, said, that what we're here to do today is to have a minor change to approve this application. And the notes quite clearly specify at page 58 that what we've got today is a more visually coherent scheme. So our hands, again, as in the first application that we considered this morning, are very much tied by the rules of the planning situation that we find ourselves. So for these reasons, with great reluctance, and I stress great reluctance, I would have to support approval, not because I think it's a great scheme. Clearly, the scheme has lots of issues, as Councillor Young quite rightly identified, but under the planning obligations and planning regulations, it will be very hard to refuse this. And I presume, as Mr. Rose might advise us, if it goes to appeal, we wouldn't really have much grounds to be able to defend it. So for those reasons, I am suggesting that we have no choice but to approve it. And obviously, if a seconder should come forward, then it will go through with the proposal of a seconder. But my gut feeling is to say no. But clearly, with my planning hat on, I don't think we can really refuse it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too noted that there's no cycleway as requested by the landscape architect. And I don't know if, in conjunction with the residents on Marley Road, is it, that could be reconsidered at some point. As others have said, I rather fear that this is in the same sort of boat as the Sidford application, because on face value, I have severe reservations about many aspects of it. It seems to me that it's something which has been so long in the making that things have moved on, and as has been said, it would be done very differently now, I would hope. Yeah, severe reservations about large parts of it, but it is unfortunately a done deal. And I can't object to the small mitigations that have been offered in this sort of change, and on the face of it, they're useful things which will help with sort of drainage runoff and things like that. But I do continue to question the wisdom of the whole application in the way that it's the way that it's set out. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I perhaps ought to declare an interest as an Exmouth Town Councillor, even though this technically comes into Woodbury and Lympstone. But I welcome the reduction in the amount of tarmac that's going to be laid. And I'll just reiterate what I said in the last planning meeting. This is a 20th century development and not really fit for the 21st century. As Councillor Young pointed out, it's very similar in density and layout to Brixington. And it is yet another development that is entirely predicated on car usage. There's not much in the way of public transport up there. I think the 57 bus may go along there. I'm not quite sure if it reaches that far. But there is a link. There is a cycleway, which I used quite recently. I thought I'll just experiment with this and see if I can get up here. And it seems that it would not be difficult to provide a link to that, either through a pedestrian stroke cycle access into Marley Road, which I hope would be acceptable to the residents, or across Dinon Way to allow for a cycle route that would connect to the Marley Road route. So I really would. I doubt if we can condition that now, but I would urge the applicants to at least consider that possibility.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could I ask Mr. Rose whether that condition would be possible?
Thank you, Chair. No, unfortunately not. I mean, I'm happy to take it up with the applicant outside of this forum and application, but this application isn't dealing with means of access, because that was already agreed at the outline stage. So we don't have the power through this application to change any of the access points that are proposed for vehicles or for pedestrians or cyclists. But I'm happy to take it up outside of this application in case the
Okay.
applicant can follow it up.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. As the adjoining ward member, I feel I need to respond to lots of the objections and objectors to reiterate where we are today, because this is not a committee today where we can stop Goodmore's Farm, which is a lot of people still seem to think can be done. So we are only dealing with this particular issue, and it seems to be an improvement, and therefore I have to go along with the approval. Just a question for Mr. Rose, if I may, is if this 50% of the area, the 199 houses, is built out, could it be that the football field does not, could it be possible that the football field is never developed?
So that's covered in the legal agreement. I can't remember what exactly it is, but there needs to be a number of houses built out. They can only build out a number of houses before the community facilities and that need to come on board. I can't remember the exact figure, but I believe it's below the 190 odd here. So I don't think the legal agreement would allow this site to be built out before all the other facilities are provided.
Okay, so the difference in ownership is irrelevant to us, is that right?
That's right. The legal agreement deals with it as if it's in one ownership, and it's for the individual owners to worry about how they comply with it.
Fine, thank you very much.
Right. Now, I believe that there was a proposal for this. Is there a seconder, please?
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you. Would you like to speak?
You've got Councillor Maddie Chapman. I wonder if...
No, she hasn't asked to speak. You've got to give notice
right.
to speak.
Okay.
Just can't come in.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yep. Well, lots have been said, Chair, through you. Lots have been said, and I took great heart in what actually I thought Councillor Young spoke excellently. I thought he put in lots of things, and the problem is, and it's not the fault of the applicants, to be honest. This journey started years ago, and things have evolved and moved on, and it's quite right to say that if the application came to us probably today, or even say in 2 years' time, it would be quite different to what it is today, but it isn't. We are where we are. We've got what we've got. It's a pity. I was hoping to raise the thing about the cycle path, because I was thinking that actually that's something that could be done, but that's been picked up with Mr. Rose, who's going to pick it up with the owners, and that's fine. I think that's really quite important. If you can get somewhere with that, that would be really good to bring that forward. And the question around some of the other pieces of land, I think, which was about the school that was mentioned, I think probably a bit irrelevant at this moment in time. So I think I'll just leave it to that, and we'll just move on. Things could be better, but as members have said before, we are where we are really. So I'm quite happy to support this, and it is for the motion going forward. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Key, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, it's nice to see that this layout now has reduced the amount of road that's going to be installed there. So, I mean, that reduces the water runoff. The other thing is I'm still going to come back to is I'm just hoping that this development is going to see fit to actually use solar panels or, sort of efficient ways of heating these houses and lighting these houses. So I just hope that can be taken on board.
Thank you. Well, the agent's here, so I'm sure he'll take note of that. Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment on all the speakers today, particularly the ward members and everything else, because they've come. Councillor Miller objected, obviously, and I wasn't going to speak, but every one of them has handled themselves in the right way, saying the correct things, understanding the situation. This is a 2014 application that we're trying to judge in 2021. The world has moved on in the last 6-7 years, and it's a shame. We don't like it, but it is what it is. So we have no choice. But I just wanted to thank all the speakers.
Thank you very much. Right, over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have the one motion, and that is to recommend approval, subject to the conditions as set out in the report. When your name is called, please would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Yeah, support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saram.
Support approval.
Councillor Howe.
Support approval.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Wibley.
Reluctantly support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. So that was unanimously supported. So that is approved.
Thank you. Right, we'll take one more and then we'll have a break. So agenda item 11, application 210019, full. It's minor application for Colstocks Farm Cottage, Colstocks, page 92 to 113. I'd like to welcome Tim Cox, objector, and Tom Johnson Sabine, the applicant, and also Councillor Chamberlain from the Parish Council who'd like to speak. Okay, over to you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, item relating to Colstocks Farm Cottage, Colstocks near Honiton. We've got an application here that proposes 3 shepherd huts, this part of the field for tourism use, a polytunnel in the field for the applicant's growing flower business, and then associated with that, alterations to the access track here to provide a parking area for the house and for the tourist accommodation. And it's before members as it's contrary to a ward member view. So focusing on this element, so we've got a listed building here adjacent to the site, and we've got this existing very narrow access track that leads down to a gate in the field. And you can see from this that the property here doesn't benefit from any parking. And this lane would lead to the polytunnel and then further along to the shepherd huts. And this is the proposal that's changed. So the wall along the access gets pulled back to make a wider access. The front wall gets pulled back, and then that gives you much wider visibility at the entrance to improve the entrance to the site. Then as you go down the narrow access, you get a passing place here, 2 parking spaces for the applicant's house, and then the 6 parking spaces at the back of the field there to serve the shepherd's huts. The polytunnel, typical sort of polytunnel, just under 3 meters high, 20 meters in length. And as I say, that's to aid the current applicant's flower business, as I understand it. And there's the layout for the shepherd huts, 1 bed in a layout, and the elevations. And the applicant's put in a scheme here for the resurfacing, green resurfacing of the access lane down the site to the parking area. And then we get, as I say, the shepherd huts in the field at the rear and the polytunnel in the field at the front. And this is the aerial photo. So this is the property here. So this is the narrow access lane with a listed building that will go up here, parking spaces here, parking spaces in the field, polytunnel, and then further along to the holiday accommodation. And this is that narrow access lane. So this is that wall that we propose to be pulled back to create the visibility. You can see here how narrow the access lane is. There it is going down into the field. This is the area where the parking would be, and then beyond. This is looking back the other way. So you can see the listed building, and you can see how narrow this lane or field access is at the moment. And then this is the poor visibility out onto the road, partly obscured by the listed building. And then we come in views back towards the lane where the parking would be proposed, and then further up the field to the polytunnel and to the holiday pods. So in terms of the principle of development, there's policies in the local plan that support tourism, obviously, subject to them being fairly well located to services and facilities, and there being no visual harm from the proposal. In this case, the huts proposed won't be highly visible. The polytunnel will be in the field, but it's not the sort of thing that you would be out of character in an area. And in terms of the location, there's footpaths to Payhenbury, and the site is fairly close to Honiton. So from that point of view, it's considered to be an acceptable location for the tourism uses. The main issue you'll see that's addressed in the report is relation to the access, which is the main issue. There will obviously be an increase in the use of the access through accessing the 3 holiday accommodation and the polytunnel. And there you'll see in the report, there was an original objection to the application from the County Highway Authority on the basis that this access would be intensified in its use. There was no passing spaces proposed, and due to the poor visibility at the access. But that's been amended through the application. So the applicants now put the parking areas at the end so that you can drive in and turn and come back. There's also we've also got the passing place that's put in for vehicles. So if you're driving in, you can see if a vehicle's coming and pull into the passing place. They've pulled back the wall at the frontage to get a better access and apron and better visibility at the access. And this has led the Highway Authority to determine that whilst there'll be a greater use of this lane, that's offset by the improvements to the provision of parking for the dwelling, the parking at the passing bay, and the improved visibility at the entrance. So because of those improvements, the Highway Authority have removed their objection on highway safety grounds. There's the listed building here, and there has been concerns raised about the extra traffic going down there and the harm to this listed building, but the access is going to be resurfaced. It's an existing access to the field at the moment, so I don't see how we would be able to uphold any sort of objection on the basis of there being cars travelling up and down here to access 3 small holiday units. And physically, there'll be no impact on that listed building. And finally, with regard to the polytunnel, as I said, it's small in size and form. There's no real visual harm, and it will help aid the business of the applicant. So in light of all of that, the application is recommended for approval, but due to the improvements to the access that are proposed, and as County Highways have removed their objection. So in light of that, it's recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, could I have the
Chairman? Could I ask Mr. Rose a question?
Yes.
Mr. Rose, do you know the width of that track that's going in through there, please?
Well, on the plan you've got in front of you, you're showing here that it's about 4.5 meters in full width across here. So that's right from the edge of the wall right to the edge of the building, but mainly for the majority of the width, it's 3 meters. So it's not wide enough for a car to pass.
No.
Hence the need for the passing place.
Right, thank you.
So generally 3 meters is the answer to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to welcome, you see, the applicant, Tom Johnson Sabine. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak. We have lived in Colstocks for 2.5 years. My wife is an RHS award-winning horticulturalist, whilst I am a tourism and hospitality marketing consultant. Our application aims to improve the existing access to our rural business, provide safe off-street parking for our family home and business, and enable diversification of our rural business via non-permanent shepherd's huts for low-impact tourism accommodation. The NPPF paragraph 84 states planning should enable sustainable growth and expansion of all types of business in rural areas, diversification of rural businesses, and sustainable rural tourism. The Payhenbury Neighbourhood Plan highlights on-street parking as a key safety concern and recommends improvements to parking. Our plan significantly improves and enhances the existing access while sympathetically retaining the setting. As supported by Devon Highway Authority, the visibility is improved in both directions. Vehicles can enter and exit in a safe forward motion. The passing place allows vehicles to exit and enter simultaneously, and it removes the need for our family to park on the highway, which with 2 children aged under 3.5 is particularly dangerous. The cellular grass surface will reduce noise disturbance, retain the green look, and requires minimal intervention. The 3 non-permanent shepherd's huts will offer high quality accommodation in the unique setting of a working organic flower farm. Colstocks is an ideal location for low impact tourism accommodation in East Devon. It's under 6 miles from Ottery and Honiton, both of which can be accessed without joining the A30. It's under 1 mile from Payhenbury, which has a pub and shop and can be reached by a public footpath. And it's under 1 mile from Fennerton, which has a pub, shop and railway station, trains from which allow passengers with bicycles without restriction. Colstocks also has a history of hospitality, with Colstocks House having formerly been a hotel up until 2001. The non-permanent huts are sited in a concealed location screened by planting and are designed to blend with the landscape. The parking area is screened with planting and surfaced with cellular grass to reduce noise and retain the green look. There will be a charging point for electric vehicles, and electric bikes will be provided to guests to minimize car journeys. We are confident that with our combined skills and passion, our organic flower farm and sustainable tourism business will be a positive asset to East Devon and valuable contributor to the local economy. I have relevant professional experience, having supported Visit Devon, Visit Sidmouth, and some of East Devon's most successful tourism businesses. Our plan to expand and diversify our rural business will directly support other local business, create employment opportunities, and provide a sustainable home working rural business livelihood for our family. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have Tim Cox in the meeting yet, please?
No, Chair, he's not in the meeting. I've left him 2 messages, one on his mobile phone and one for our waiting room, which has somebody in there that just says iPad. So I've asked them to phone me if that is Tim Cox. That was about 5 minutes ago, so I presume it's not.
Okay, then we move to committee members. Councillor Key.
I think I'm the ward member, actually.
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, a late addition. Councillor Chamberlain, I think it's Payhenbury Parish Council.
No, I'm Philip.
Yes, good afternoon, if that's okay for me to speak.
Go on then.
Yes, we had I've actually visited the application site, and the applicant seems to be credible, knows what he's doing. The issue all along with this one has been the access for me, sorry, for the council. I don't, although it was disappointing for us to see that highways now feel that that's an adequate and safe entrance. It was, I think even with the changes proposed, it really didn't seem to be, it didn't seem to have made adequate changes to allow that to be a safe entrance, and particularly as the plan doesn't show the buttresses on the list of buildings. So for our money, where we see it locally, I still think that access, we still think the access there is still not good enough to allow visibility from, particularly from this, as you see from the southwest side, where the Moneyglass Cottages list building is. From the other side, it has improved a bit, but to be frank, it's not good at all in that environment. So that's my main, our main concern about the development here. We're sort of disappointed that highways say it's kind of okay.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Yeah, you can see the buttresses there in that picture. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Cox there yet?
He may well be the iPad, actually. He comes to that in our meetings as well.
Oh, right.
He's disappeared from the lobby now, so but he's not in the meeting, no.
Okay then, Councillor Davey.
I think the ward member needs to speak first, don't you?
Oh, sorry. Oh, Councillor Skinner, how can I forget you?
Well, easily done, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Off you go.
Thank you. And yes, this has been, it's a real difficult one. It's gone on for quite some time, actually. It's been quite considerable time in trying to get over the line, or get this into committee for one reason or another. And I've taken views from both sides of this particular issue. And do you know what? I'm sure all of you would know I'm really proactive in business and all the things, and the guys they're trying to do it. I don't have any date what they're trying to do, and I would open it all with open arms. And what they're trying to do, I've no issue with what they're trying to do, the polytunnel and all of that. That's all great stuff as far as I'm concerned. And it's all diversification in the village and all those things, and it's all really to be commended on that particular point. And as I'm making my points, and I'm sure many of you will have read, that it is a really difficult balance one for me, because I want to be really proactive in encouraging rural diversification and these guys as well. But it's about the access coming out. And I've known this, I've been passing this place for years and years and years. And coming out of that, the access, and although the highways have said, and if you could just get back to, that there. So where the car is, as you're coming out, if you were sat in the car coming out, the building on the right-hand side, you just can't avoid the fact that, and I understand that they're going to make it a little bit wider there. You actually nearly have to get nearly right across the road before you can actually see. It is that sort of narrow. Now, I do appreciate that if you took from the telegraph pole and that was pushed back a little bit, that you could sort of veer your car a little bit over. But you've got to understand these lanes are, and I don't know, Chris, if you've got one of the road when the buttress stuck out just now on just that one there, sorry, back one. Yeah, that one there. These lanes are really quite narrow. So but the issue I had and the balance I had in my own mind was that when these vehicles come out, you have to really be out in the road. Now, you cannot get away from the fact that if a farm vehicle was to use it, that's the way it is, because that's the way it's always been. You can't do anything about that. But this is a planning application that is actually going to increase the amount of traffic that is coming out there, because that lane hasn't been used much over many years from what I'm told. And to increase the amount of traffic coming out there with more usage, with more vehicles, and you can argue whatever that is going to be in the flow. And bear in mind, this isn't the M5 either. It's not as bad as that. But there is a significant issue that when you're coming out of an access and you can't see until your vehicle is right out into the road, that it's quite dangerous. So I had to land one side or the other, as you have to do with these things. And as much as it tore me inside in some respects about what these young people I want to do is help them and try and encourage what they're going to do, I have to land on what I was going to be in a position of what I think is of a detriment. And that detriment is the last thing I want to see would be an accident or an accident there of some description. And I was perhaps party to that. Having said that, it started off in a certain place, and they've been to highways. And all credit to them, highways have come over and said, if you can try and do this and do that, and highways have got over that. But I do have that issue, and it was a concern of the parish council, and I shared that concern right through, and I've always made my points very clear. And it's on that basis, Chair, and through you as committee members, that I'm really struggling with this one, because it is really narrow and it's a real bad access, and it's not one I've been able to support. Everything else, yes. But this particular access going in and out is really bad, and I know it really well. So I'll leave my points there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Was Councillor Key not before me?
He was, but somehow he slipped down the list.
Oh, right.
So
Okay.
He must have taken his hand down at one point.
I took my hand down because Councillor Skinner should have spoken. That was why.
Oh, I see. All right, then, Councillor Key, you go.
Right, thank you. Yeah, 2 or 3 things here. My concern is that it's the closeness to this listed building very, very much concerns me, that it's going to have a detrimental effect on it. On that picture that is actually on there now, I mean, one can see that there's not been any vehicles at all up through there, I wouldn't think, for some considerable time. And so it's not been used for a long time at all. The main thing that that concerns me is the actual position of the shepherd's huts. I feel that they should be closer to the other development that is there, the one with the polytunnel, rather than being sort of pushed right away up there, because that does concern me. It's an agricultural field, and they should be closer, I feel, to it. Unfortunately, with those points that I've mentioned, I'd like to know what the LBC feel with regard to this access and the lane. I know it's been there for years, but there will be extra traffic going up through there, could affect the foundations of the dwelling that is there. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Key. Now, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there's several aspects to this one, aren't there? And we do seem to be seeing quite a lot of these applications for these shepherd's huts, which I do support this kind of development in the countryside. They are temporary structures, they can be removed, and they do provide much needed holiday accommodation. We've also got the polytunnel. And the main issue for everyone, I don't think the principle of the development is opposed. The main issue seems to be the access to it. And once again, we're coming back to the motor car, aren't we? And the difficulty. I mean, I do see the difficulty of exiting from that lane, but I presume that lane has been in use for some time. And therefore has been used as an access and could be used in future. So although I can see that there are some difficulty, I just wonder, I haven't seen whether there's a speed limit anywhere in force. I wonder if Mr. Rose could just comment on that. But I've got to say, in principle, I support this application. And I think they're to be commended on their green credentials. I've heard organic, I've heard charging points, electric bikes, and so all of those aspects sway me to support this. But I wonder if Mr. Rose could just comment on the likely speed limit there.
Through you, Chair, I might have to rely on Councillor Skinner because I don't know
Yes,
that off the top of my head, I'm afraid.
The speed limit there would be national speed limit until such point as you get a 30-mile-an-hour sign, and I don't believe there is one there. But obviously, you would use your common sense, and you would be doing 60-mile-an-hour down through there. Well, you wouldn't think so, but yeah. But I think that's what it is, as is with many rural country lanes.
Could I ask Chris? Was the conservation officer consulted on this in view of the fact that there's a listed building? Because I don't see anything in the report.
Yes, they were consulted on the application. They raised comments initially more to do with the lack of any assessment of the impact on the listed building from the changes, which got addressed, and they've raised then really more comments about getting the boundary treatment to the road and the sensitive surfacing that will remain green. So they're not concerned about the impact on the listed building so much as making sure the materials of the lane are appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, obviously this is one that has to be balanced between the opportunities for diversification in rural areas and provide employment opportunities from the flower business and also for the shepherd's huts, which presumably use more in the summer than probably not so much in the winter. And with the access, which seems to be the stumbling block, the Highways Authority have approved that now, withdrawn any objection, and possibly as with other tight spots and houses, you could have mirrors or signage which would help draw other traffic's attention to this outlet, this access onto the road. So I think there's a balance to be struck, but I think we should be encouraging and helping this business develop. And on balance, I would go with the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Woodward has just stolen my thunder, so I shall reflect in his glorious statement about putting a mirror up. I mean, that seems like the easiest way of seeing around the corner in that point. Other than that, I would support this. It sounds that they thought about the environmental impact. They thought about access in terms of using bikes and things like that. So and highways have said they're happy. So I can't see how we can use that now as a as a way of objecting. Thank you.
No. Mike, how you want to come back?
Well, I don't want to come back. This is the first time I've spoken on this one.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was you just now. Carry on.
No, I was thinking of not speaking, but nevertheless, it is one of those hard ones, and I understand Councillor Skinner's point of view, but the reality is, as Councillor Woodward said, you know, highways won't support us in refusal of this on highways grounds. And in fact, their justification is quite reasonable that actually this improves the situation from this currently there where the car parks. So it's I see no reason how we can reasonably refuse this. And I think of my history, and the only time I can remember highways objecting to anything, we overturned them, and that was outside Ottery, wasn't it, Councillor Pratt? Because I remember you saying you wanted to support that application outside Ottery. So that was approved, and highways were objecting to it on highways grounds. So I find it hard for highways, but being as they won't support us in refusal, I can't see a way we can refuse it. Terribly sorry.
Can I go back to Councillor Woodward? Did you actually make the proposal?
I did, but I would like to, yes.
Yes, so okay, then we've had a proposal. Is there a seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Would you like to speak any more on it, or has it all been covered?
I think I've said it all.
Okay, Councillor Pratt.
Yes, just quickly, Chair. The situation is the highways have approved the access as amended on the plan there, and I see that we've got no alternative but to approve, follow the recommendation of the officer. I've always supported the farm diversification, particularly when it comes to tourism. So I'm in favour of this one.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward, is that an old hand?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I would say, the plan that's on the screen at the moment is a little bit misleading, because as it says in the paperwork that comes with it, it doesn't actually show the buttress from the listed building, which sticks out some towards the road and sort of more obscures the view coming from Tallerton direction. So I don't know whether highways base their decision on looking at this plan, which is a bit misleading, or whether they actually attended the site to see what it looked like. But it isn't actually as clear cut as it says it is on that picture.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Mrs. Short.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members. Now, there's two elements to the officer's recommendation and to Councillor Woodward and Davies' motion. The first one is to adopt the Habitat Regulations appropriate assessment. And secondly, to approve subject to conditions as set out in the report. Members, when your name is called, please would you indicate whether you support this motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the recommendation to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, support the recommendation.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saram.
Support approval.
Councillor Howe,
Support approval.
Councillor Key,
Abstain.
Councillor Lawrence,
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt,
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner,
Refuse.
Councillor Whibley,
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward,
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. So the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Members, can we come back at 1:30, please?
Members, if I could just ask you to make sure your microphone is muted, because we're going to just leave the live stream running. So just beware that your comments will be heard.
Chair and Wendy, unfortunately, I've got to leave at this point, so you'll be pleased to know you got the afternoon to yourselves.
Goodbye, Mike.
Happy
afternoon.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Happy afternoon.
Mike.
Bye.
Hello, Eileen. Your supreme leader calling.
Hello. Ooh,
Hello.
a
So I said,
disembodied voice. Where are you?
I'm disembodied.
Oh,
Can I just remind members that we're still on YouTube, although we've got
you.
the the panel up.
Thank you. I'll go on mute then, Shirley. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Chair, it's 1:30. Are you ready?
yeah. Okay, Wendy, can you do a roll call when we're
Yes,
online,
certainly.
when we're live? Thank you.
Right. Okay. So I'll start with you, Councillor Ragg.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Davey.
I am present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Yes, present, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Oh, thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Present, thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Howe has sent his apologies for this afternoon. Councillor Key.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wibley.
Oh yeah, I am present. I will have to leave at about 2:20. I need to go and have my booster jab. But I'll drop you a message in the chat at that point.
Lovely. Thank you. And Councillor Woodward.
Yes, present. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. We are core up for this afternoon's meeting, Chair.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 10, application 210649, full minor application, Axe Valley Mint Travel, Shoreware, 26 Harbour Road, Seaton, and pages 67 to 91. I'd like to welcome Mark Raby, the agent. And over to you, Chris, to present your report.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this relates to a site called Axe Valley Mini Travel on a Shoreware on Harbour Road in Seaton, and it's for the demolition of a shop. So that's the frontage building here, a bus garage here, and the use of the site as a bus depot, and the construction of 9 residential units. And it's before you as the officer recommendation is contrary to the view of the ward member, a ward member. So we're in Seaton. We've got the seafront and the Esplanade along here, and to get your bearings, we've got the Tesco store up here just off the top of the page. So that's the car park to it. So on one of the main roads. And this is the site at the moment. So we've got the store at the front, although it hasn't really got it's pretty much, it's not really a public facing store, as you'll see from the photos, a garage, and then the rest of the site that's used as a bus depot for Axe Valley mini travel. So we've got the floor plans for this shop unit and for the garage element, and then we've got the street scene of this shop building to the frontage and the garage to the rear. And these are the proposed plans for the 9 units. So access to the side to a car parking area at the rear, nice amenity space at the back, and then the 9 units at the front, split over the floors as such, and the upper floor. And then in design terms, it looks like this. So you've got the properties adjoining, and then you've got the buildings here with this highest section in the middle, which helps to protect the amenity of the surrounding residents. And you can see a section at the above. So we've got the front elevation, the rears and the sides, and there's the rear elevation of the design. And here's an aerial, so you can see the garage, the shop, and where the buses park, and that's the car park to Tesco. And then this is the building here. So it's a shop, but you can see it's not a shop that people can have access to at the moment. And that's the adjoining property. So you can see the garage for the buses at the rear, and that's there from this scene. And then the rest of the site is used for the parking of the buses. And you just get a glimpse of the roof of the existing building through a couple of gaps from the seafront between the existing buildings, but only glimpses. So in terms of the principle of development, you'll see in the report that strategy 32 is mentioned. This is an employment site. There's a shop on there, there's the garage, and it's used as a bus depot. So it's an employment site to which strategy 32 applies. And that policy states that we will not, that we should protect existing employment sites, and we shouldn't allow their loss where there's clear harm to employment opportunities, which there's considered to be in this case. Whilst the current use of the site isn't harming the area, and there's no listed buildings to be harmed, the applicant, there's no, strategy 32 states that where there's a harm to employment opportunity, so where there's a loss, the site should be marketed for at least 12 months to demonstrate it's not needed for alternative uses, and there needs to be a demonstration of surplus land in the area. Neither of those has been done in this case. So there's been no marketing of the site. Actually, it's in use at the moment, and there's been no demonstration of surplus employment land within the area. The applicant has stated that this shop at the store at the front here is relocating, and that the bus depot will relocate, but there's no information with the application on where they would go or when that would be. The applicants also mentioned the belief they feel they have some fallback position under the prior approval to change various elements of this site. But that's not clear, and it's certainly not considered to be the case for a number of uses, bearing in mind the site is in a flood zone, which I will come on to in a minute. And the bus depot being a sewer use, there's no PD rights to change. So you'll see in the report, there's concerns that the proposal is contrary to strategy 32. We will lose the employment on the site, we'll lose the shop, we'll lose the depot, and we would lose the site and its benefits as an active bus depot, with no idea or comfort that it could be relocated elsewhere. Even if the bus depot and the other uses could be relocated elsewhere, we still have an employment site here that the policy says should be marketed for 12 months. The other issue in the report, you'll see that the site is in flood zone 3, so therefore it's at the highest risk of flooding. The MPPF and the local plan seek to locate residential properties away from areas at risk of flooding. This proposal is in the flood zone, so doesn't do that. And it states that to make an exception to that, the sequential test must be passed. Now, there's no sequential test if the authority carries out a sequential test, that needs to be district wide, and there's other land available in the district that you would build houses on prior to constructing on this site. And in addition to that, even if the sequential test is passed, there's objection to the scheme from the Environment Agency about the floor levels. The floor levels here being set for the new residential developments are being too low for tidal flooding, because the sea's the other side of this building at the back here. So the Environment Agency are raising concerns about the levels of proposed for the building. And there's no wider community benefit being put forward with the proposal. With regard to design, you'll see in the report officers are happy with the design. There's no arguing that the design will enhance the area from this current building. And also the applicant has done a very good job of ensuring that the layout and the window positions that they're proposed in all of the elevations and the balconies will protect the amenity of this guest house at the front and the residential properties and windows to the side. So there's a planning balance here. There's some visual benefit to the scheme, and there would be a benefit of the introduction of 9 units. But weighing against that, there's the loss of the employment land. So there's the loss of the shop, the loss of the garage, and the loss of the use of the site with a bus depot. That's contrary to strategy 32. There's no marketing that's been carried out in accordance with that strategy, and there's no evidence of a surplus of employment land in the area. And further to that, the site's in the flood zone with the Environment Agency objection, and it won't meet the sequential test. So in light of that, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Raby. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Mark Raby, agent and architect, Jonathan Ryan Architects. I just had to scribble down materially similar form of development to add that in, but I've got 3 minutes, so I'll be short. We have answered and amended the scheme to suit all consultation on this project, and the Planning Office hold 2 residual objections, which have already been answered by our professional advisors. Savills on commercial and Structure House on flooding. So to take the commercial, 118 of the MPPF states that planning decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield locations for homes. Planning Office, their take on the sequential test is too broad, and its parameters do not look at comparable sites. The guidance on the MPPF states it should look at materially similar form of development, and therefore to look district-wide, the approach would promote greenfield development. So you can see 2 reasons why that's possibly not the right answer. This is a classic brownfield site, ideal to meet local and national regeneration aims. And East Devon have several precedents, such as 8 flats at Trebeer, 162795 full in flood zone 3, subjected to sequential tests, loss of employment and consented. Our sequential test therefore looks at comparable brownfield sites where only 3 sites are identified in the whole of Seaton, all in flood zone 3 and not preferable. So we would contend and say it does pass that test. In terms of moving on to flooding, the Environment Agency comments, 2 comments. One, that the applicants not raised the level of the floor following their comments. Now, prior to the application, we have set the ground floor 1 metre above the pavement level. We revised the scheme to remove bedrooms from the ground floor, so they're maisonettes, not flats. And the first floor sleeping accommodation is 1.5 metres above the worst scenario flood level, seen as the normal way to mitigate risk. And I note that Harbour Road would in this instance have 2.2 metres of flood water standing at the time. EA therefore asked us to lift the scheme 2.5 metres above the road, which is not feasible. It suggests the ground floor level of housing would generally be not possible in Seaton unless it's 2 metres above the ground. We're happy, essentially, the advice from our flood consultant that this housing is safe for its lifetime by having first floor sleeping accommodation. And also, in terms of resilience, the construction level, that's the second question from the EA, is specified in the flood consultant's document to be resilient. So finishing on some consultee comments, overall the building's set to elevate the quality of the design in the town and through use of materials and finishes that reference local vernacular and could be described as being locally distinctive yet modern. It is considered an enhancement to the quality of architecture in the street. That's in your officer's report. Jeremy Ebden, the design would enhance the architectural character of the site. Councillor Marcus Hartnell, I'm supportive of the application. It will improve the appearance of the area. And Seaton Town Council agree in principle to development on the site. So please follow National Planning Policy 86F, recognise that residential development often plays an important role in ensuring the vitality of town centres and encourage residential development on appropriate sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We go to Councillor. Oh, before I do, Mr. Rose, would you like to respond to any of the points made there?
Okay, yes, happy to do so. Yes, well, we simply disagree with the applicant. The sequential test is for the local authority to carry out, and we've won numerous appeals on the basis that unless there are specific circumstances, so that might be an extension to a school that has to go on a school site, then you carry out the sequential test across the district. So I think that's quite clear. The sequential test by the applicant on 3 sites in Seaton isn't adequate. And there are appeal decisions locally that back up our position on that. I think you can see in the report yourself the comments from the Environment Agency that the floor levels proposed aren't high enough. The site is acceptable to flood in from the sea, and I'm not going to depart from those comments from the Environment Agency, who are best placed to know whether to object to a scheme or not. And yeah, and then of course there's the other issue of the marketing of the site. We've got strategy 32 here. Yes, there's the MPPF that supports residential development, but there's also policies in the MPPF, and particularly our local plan, that seek to ensure that we protect employment sites, because obviously there's no point building loads of houses and not having the jobs that go alongside them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Also, to make the point that the Environment Agency, in specifying the height of the ground floor, how much it should be raised, the applicant said that it wasn't feasible. So, right, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to start off by actually going with the recommendation that the officers have put forward of a refusal. So I make that recommendation now and see if we can get a seconder in a moment.
I'll second it. Councillor Key.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's lovely. Okay, then off you go, Councillor Skinner.
And really, you know, putting out really what has been said here, and I take a I take a little bit of umbrage to it would tidy a site up. Well, we could actually have a really nice bit of employment space there, whether it be shopping or whether it be whatever it would be, and in fact, in a way of keeping the lights on and get a little bit of height. And I understand that the Environment Agency have got an issue over, you know, getting the up to 2.5 meters, and I get that from Mr. Raby. I absolutely agree. You know, that's not feasible. So what about something that actually you come to the halfway house by going? The sequential test needs to be done. So that hasn't been done, and we need to be doing that. That's what needs to be done. That's to ratify where we are. There's issues over the flooding, which that needs to be got over. So let's get to the other way. Instead of just putting all houses in there, what about something that worked with an environment that created sort of either shopping space or employment space or something underneath, and housing that went on top or something like that? So I think by saying that, I'm not please, Mr. Raby, I'm not saying that's what you should do. What I am saying is that I think we can get something better out of this land than what's being proposed at the moment, that will actually fit within both creating the employment space and creating some living to be able to get to the place where you need to be with the flood risk that goes around that, and working through the sequential test. And were it to be a site that I was working with or working on, then I think that's the way that I would want to go, because it becomes a place whereby you do the tidying up at the same time. So this is not just an answer to tidying up. I don't work necessarily with that one. But what it does do in particular is that it also brings a living, thriving environment without losing the employment space. And you all know that I was portfolio holder for economy, so I'm very much around business and trying to drive business and support businesses and the rest of it. I don't want to see all our bits of brownfield sites that come up, oh well, it must be housing then. There's a place for everything. Each application will be set on its own merit, and in this particular application I feel very strongly in going with the officer's recommendations of refusal, because it doesn't mean to say something and it isn't going to happen here. I just think you need to go back, rethink what you're going to do and come up with something a little bit better that is going to work within both the sequential tests, as Mr. Rose has pointed out, but also bringing something forward that can work without having all of the employment loss and getting some height in some buildings that would go there as well. And I think that would maybe fit much better in this particular scenario. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I concur everything with what Councillor Skinner has said, that it's one of the main things is it's not being marketed. But what I sort of couldn't really understand is the fact that I could know an awful lot more untidy sites than what this is here. And I mean, to me, looking at that, okay, yes, I mean, it's boarded up and that, but it's not untidy. It is in a very, very tidy state. And as I say, I know of a lot of places in towns that are a lot untidier than that. And I've nothing further to add, only that I support the recommendation of refusal.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think the applicant should be congratulated for trying their very best to get around the issues raised by the EA. And as our report says at page 88, it is considered that the enhancement to the quality of the architecture in the street. So the applicant has done his best to get around these problems, but clearly there has been insufficient marketing, as has been touched on. And of course, the flood zone issue is also there. So for those reasons, obviously with great reluctance, because members want to see good things happening to these sites, but clearly we can't again go against what planning advice is given, particularly when it's in regard to flooding, which I know members are very concerned about. So for those reasons, I think I too couldn't support this.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think the applicant does need to come back with a revised application similar to the ideas that Councillor Skinner put forward, but clearly strategy 32 has not been dealt with, and at the moment I can only see that the committee can only refuse this application as it stands. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there are just too many reasons to refuse this. It's a shame because I noticed the our architect's comments that it's really a very well designed scheme, and I wonder if there would be a prospect for mixed commercial and residential use that might overcome the caveats of strategy 32, but at the moment there are just too many problems with this, but citing shops on the bottom and residential on the top would overcome quite a few of those issues.
Thank you, Councillor Davey, and of course the site hasn't been marketed at all. So over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have a recommendation to refuse for the reasons as listed in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to recommend refusal, whether you're against the motion to recommend refusal, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support refusal.
Councillor Brown.
Support the recommendation for refusal.
Councillor Davey.
Support refusal.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support refusal.
Councillor Key.
Refuse.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support refusal.
Councillor Pratt.
Support refusal.
Councillor Skinner.
Support refusal.
Councillor Whibley.
Support refusal.
Councillor Woodward.
Support refusal.
And Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. So that application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you. Right. Now we go to agenda item 14. We're jumping around all over the place. Application 21-2240. Reserve matters minor. Land adjoining 77 Alexandria Road, Sidmouth, pages 138 to 138.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I believe our public speaker has their microphone on, which is interfering greatly with the sound quality. If he could possibly mute his microphone, please. Thank you.
Oh, it's no. Right, where was I? Pages 138 to 148. Like to welcome Mike. Now, I'm going to have difficulty pronouncing this. Tui?
I'm now unmuted. T-U-L-H-Y, Tui.
Tui. I thought it
Number
was
two. Number 2, the letter E.
Right, thank you. Would you like to speak? I'm not going to attempt that again.
Thank you very much, committee. I actually prepared a few notes last week and I forwarded those through to you. I hope that you've all received those.
First, Chairman, surely.
Sorry?
Got to be Mr. Rose first.
Oh, of course it has. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Sorry.
Sorry, again, yeah.
Sorry,
if you can, Mr. Tui, please. Thank you.
I was so fascinated by the name. I think that's what threw me. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this is an application for land adjoining 77 Alexandra Road. So here's the red line. So we've got the access here. There's access that leads to these properties and the site is in here. It's a reserve matters application. So outline's already been granted for a single story dwelling on the site. And it's here because it's contrary to the ward member, and that outline application was granted back in 2019. Start with, I apologise, in the report at the start it says the site's 0.3 hectares. It's obviously not. It's 0.03, and you can see there that the size of the site. So apologies for that error. And this is the scheme that's proposed. So you've got the private road coming down to the site. You have a garage at the front, a parking area here, the building on the site, and then a small amenity area at the back. And they're in plan form. So we've got a 3-bedroom property with as I say, with an integral garage, outside space, garden to the rear. And in this crease of the roof, so in here, you can see that there are high level windows. So they're not serving any rooms. They're just windows to give light into the ground floor element. And these are the elevations. So that's the elevation to the front. So it's quite contemporary with the pitched roofs there and the design. And you can see that it extends back quite a way into the site. And then that's the rear elevation proposed. And it's this site in here. So there's a garage at the front at the moment and extends back here, this former garden area. And then from the access in, this is the view that you get down here towards the property with the garage, and you have the neighbouring property here off to the left. And again, these are the boundaries to the site with that former garage. So there we go. And this is a view from the site back towards the access. And again, of the site as it was, I think September time, with a fence there and the relationship to the neighbour's property. So the principle of development's already been established for that outline consent, and we've got a 3-bedroom bungalow proposed. So you'll see in the report, it goes through a number of issues, including the impact on the character and appearance of the area. It's mixed character in terms of the design of the properties, although they are more traditional with pitched roofs, as you can see. And we've got a single story building proposed here with a more contemporary design. So instead of a traditional pitched roof, it's got those sort of slide roofs. It's proposed to be rendered with stone detail into the edges. Now, the character of the area is a mix of designs, and it's got detached properties. So it's not considered that this proposal will be out of character with the area. The main thing that you will view on approach is going to be this front elevation, and that's considered to be acceptable in its context, albeit that's of a more contemporary design. And it's 3.9 meters to the ridge, and the plans show that some of the boundary treatment and hedging will be retained. But even at single story level, if it were just fencing around the site, there'd be no harm to the character of the area. With regard to the amenity to neighbours, there's a slight leveling of the site going on, but the site levels are such that there'll be no harm to the adjoining neighbours from the single story element. And as I said, with a combination of fencings and heights around the site, that'll ensure that there's no overlooking from any ground floor windows between the properties. Single story in nature, those high level windows that I mentioned here are simply that. There's no rooms in the roof, so there's no overlooking of the neighbouring property from those windows. And in terms of the character of the area, you can see from the location plan there are a couple of other properties that take up quite a bit of their plots, although this footprint, no denying that the footprint of this development takes up quite a sizable part of the site. But it's not considered, bearing in mind you're only really going to view that from the access point, that's going to appear out of character with the area. With regard to highways, there's an existing access there, and it's proposed to have 2 parking spaces, one into a garage and one to a forecourt to the front of the property, and there's no highway objection. So although the scheme takes up quite a lot of the footprint of the site, it's considered that it'll have an acceptable visual impact in this context, and that given existing hedging and or fencing to the boundaries of the site, it's not going to create a harmful impact on the amenity of residents to an extent that could justify refusal. So in light of that, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, then we go back to the objector. Mike, I still didn't catch your name.
It's Tui, T-U-I-H-Y.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Can you hear me okay?
You have 3 minutes.
Right, thank you committee. As I said, I've put through some notes. Can you hear me okay?
Mr. Tui, have you got the YouTube feed on in the background?
No. I've now lost your picture.
Okay, that's a bit better. There was a lot of interference. So I wondered whether you were streaming at the same time.
Sorry, no. I've clicked on something just to check that, and I can't now click back on your picture. Can you see me? Because if you can see me, that's fine.
Well, we can certainly we can see you and we can hear you. Yes.
I can't see you, but that's fine by me. So I will start. Thank you for your time. I prepared some notes last week, which I sent through to everybody in planning in the committee. I hope you've all received those and that they may be published in due course. My first comment is in relation to the outline planning application, which has been running now for 35 years. There was a delegated officer's report associated with this, and if I could quote from it, and I think it should still be valid, but this is a small site but would be adequate for a bungalow of modest construction. We seem to have moved from a bungalow modest construction to what is a gross overdevelopment, and it leaves us with a range of problems not addressed by planning or the applicant in relation to access, in relation to privacy and screening, in relation to drainage, and in relation to loss of amenity for ourselves and for our immediate neighbours. There's a lot of factual errors and omissions in the final report, which I was concerned about, one of which has been highlighted just now in terms of the size of the plot. It gives an immediate impression that the scope for development, which I don't think there is. There's a narrow footprint specified, but it covers the majority of the plot, and it can hardly be categorised as a bungalow of modest size. The report refers to the retention of hedging and a combination of fencing, hedges and small trees. Now, those pictures don't apply because the developers have been in since those pictures were taken. The site's been decimated, and there's nothing to mitigate the physical presence of the building at all on that plot, other than partially to the north where there's a protected section of hedging. The block plan still fails to correctly represent the access point for the plot, and that's a major concern. There are misleading phrasing in terms of screening and privacy, such as that there are filtered views between the respective gardens, a current sense of privacy, minimised concern of overlooking, and overlooking trivialised as largely restricted to the northeastern end of the garden. This, I think, really does disingenuously reflect the situation. The overlooking applies to the entire extent of our primary elevation and a major portion of the garden to number 79, and it will be of major detriment to us and to others. There's also mention of the building being slightly cut in and to some filling on the northeastern side, which I think totally misrepresents the extent to which the building will be raised up on the plot and will dominate the site on all elevations. It refers to a natural continuation to the row of properties. Now, this will be the largest footprint of any property on the road, and it will be on the smallest plot of the road. It also refers to a degree of private parking, whatever that means. The inference is that further parking is available on the access driveway somewhere, or that it may be an option, but this is categorically not the case, and parking, I think, is going to be a major issue. We would like to see conditions relating to hedging and screening and use of the garage for parking, or as insufficient parking given its multiple uses. So to finish, we do see this as absolutely too big. We would invite you to view it and take a view yourselves on this, as we have made some major objections. We would actually like you to decline the application. We hope that whatever you've considered so far hasn't actually predetermined any outcome. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now, did everybody hear that? All of it? It was very distorted.
Yes, I heard it.
I think we did, but it was very loud. Very loud.
Yeah. Okay, as long as you heard it. I've only got hearing in one ear, and so it was very difficult. Councillor Skinner.
No ward members then, obviously.
No,
that's fine. Oh no. Yes. So this application, yeah, it is a big dwelling on this piece of land, and I fully understand that, and I fully understand where Mr. Toohey has come from with that, and saying that it's a modern building, and it's out of keeping of the rest of the dwellings that are there. I like the idea of 21st century development within the 21st century. That's where we are. I'm actually going to go along with the recommendation, what the officers have put down of approval. There may be some members may have some issues over the size of the building, but for me, it fits for me, and I don't actually have a problem with it. And I think it's going to do something really quite sort of, modern and something different. And I don't have an issue with having something like this bungalow, and it is a bungalow, going into this site. They've got outline planning anyway. So whether there's something to go, there's whether or not we like this or not. And I don't have a problem with it. So I'm going to go with the recommendation that the officers have put out here. And that is, of course, going along with the conditions that go with it. So I'll leave it to that. Thank you.
I'll second that, Councillor.
I'm not sure. Was it a proposal, Councillor Skinner? I'm not sure it was.
Yes, I think he proposed.
No, he said he'd go along with it. That's not the same as proposing.
No, I'm proposing the recommendation that the officers have got down approval with.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Key.
Yes.
Yeah, like to speak on it?
Yes, just briefly. Yes, I mean, I appreciate that this is rather a large bungalow on a small site and not much in the way of garden. But in actual fact, this day and age, there are people that don't want very much of a garden because they are business people and all their time is taken up with their working. So I can't see really any problem at all. We've got parking there for a couple of cars. So I'm fully in favour of it. So yes, I'm in support of it and second the recommendation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Desarum.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to firstly quickly say that I think that, as it says at page 143, the build would take on a fairly long and narrow footprint, which reflects the shape of the plot. Therefore, in my mind, I believe that the character and appearance of the area is fine because this building does reflect the shape of the plot. And I'd like to ask through you, Chair, having read Mr. Toohey's email that he sent to us, on one of the bottom paragraphs of the first page, Mr. Toohey says, the committee may also consider that if hedging should be reinstated, that there is very little scope for this, given the proximity of the build to border. So I wonder whether that's something that Mr. Rose could answer for us to reassure Mr. Toohey that we have taken on board his considerations quite seriously. So I wonder if Mr. Rose could make any further comment on that, please.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the photos I think I showed were taken back in September. And as Mr. Toohey says, I think since then the applicant has been onto the site and done some site clearance, which they're entitled to do. You know, they could remove hedges and trees and shrubs without consent. And what they're showing on this plan is to put 1.8 meter high fencing around the site. So it's always disappointing when people feel they have to or remove hedges that they might not need to, but they are screening the site with the fencing that will protect the immunity of the residents. And there was nothing we could do about the removal of any of the trees on the site. I would like to would like to get more planting back, but as you can see, the fact that the site is long and narrow means that there isn't any space down the sides here to get any meaningful planting, but we consider it acceptable without.
Thank you, Chris. That was most helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the look of this thing. I think they've done very well. It's a contemporary looking building, and I'm sure it will be fine to live in. I accept it. It is sort of shoehorned into a smaller plot, but then, you know, not everybody can afford a big plot. So at the end of the day, I think they've done a fantastic thing with the space available. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members. Again, there are two elements to this recommendation of officers, and moved and seconded by Councillor Skinner and Key. The first part being to adopt the Habitat Regs appropriate assessment, and the second one is to recommend approval with the conditions as set out in the report. If members, when your name is called, would you please indicate whether you're in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown.
Support approval.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum. Sorry, excuse me. I'll start again. Councillor De Sarum.
Thanks. Support approval.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Whibley.
Support approval.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
That is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 15, application 212522, full application minor, Quantock, Stockland, Honiton. You'll find that on pages 149 to 161. Like to welcome Mr. Dalton Aram, and two ward members going to speak on this. Chris, can you present your report, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this relates to a property called Quantock at Stockland. So we've got the location plan on here, so you can see it's fairly isolated location, and it's an application for a change of use of an artist studio and workshop to a holiday let. And it's before you because it's considered to be a departure from the local plan. And if we run through, so this is the layout of the site. We've got the house, and then we've got this large studio workshop to the side, and these are the elevations of it. So you can see the floor plan with studio and workshop area, and these are the existing elevations, and then the proposed elevations, which you'll probably, or hopefully, will hardly notice any difference. There's just a couple of changes to window and door positions, but nothing major at all. And these are the photos of the building as it stands at the moment on the site. So it's in the AONB, and we're about 1.25 miles from Stockland. The site's got a history to it. So it was previously boarding kennels, but changed to domestic use in about 2017. There was a holiday let granted on the site in 2018. And then we granted the kennels to an artist studio in 2020. And that was doing some stuff online courses and stuff within the studio, some pottery and stuff, I believe. But the applicant has advised that studio has been hit by the pandemic, and they no longer need this large studio space. Some of the stuff's moved to online courses. So they've got this building, they want to do something with it, and they would like to use it for holiday accommodation to gain some more income for that loss from the studio business. So in terms of local plan policy, there's policy D8 that supports the change of use of buildings to alternative uses, including holiday accommodation, but that says it should be well located close to services and facilities, which this site isn't, which is why it's been advertised as a departure. But you'll see in report there's considered to be a number of material considerations that weigh in favour of the scheme, and mainly being its previous use. So historically it was used as a kennels, which would have generated traffic and people coming to and from the site, as to an extent would the artist studio. It's accepted that the artist studio is no longer viable. So I think given the amount of traffic and use that the site has had before, and given the economic benefits here associated with the change of use to a tourism business, it's considered that those material considerations outweigh the lack of clear planning of support from the local plan. I mentioned there were some design changes to the building, but they really are minimal in terms of doors and opening positions, hardly noticeable if you had the plans in front of you. So although there's no local plan support for the proposal, given the previous historic use of the site as the kennels and the studio, given the economic benefits and the need to bring the building into use, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, ward members, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've got
Chair,
no
sorry, excuse me, Councillor. Chair, do you not wish to hear from the agent before ward members?
Of course. Yes, sorry, apologies. Mr. Dalton Aram, would you like to start? I do apologise. The wheels are coming off today, I think.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We are thankful for the officer's recommendation of approval and largely concur with the summary of the merits of the proposal contained within the committee. The building subject to the application was granted planning permission in January of this year for use as an artist studio and workshop for the applicant's sculpting business. The new building replaced a range of relatively dilapidated buildings that were previously used as part of a former owner's of the site's dog kennel business. The applicant's business has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, as everyone else has as well, meaning that he no longer requires the building for its approved art studio use. Consequently, the applicant seeks to convert the building to a holiday letting unit to operate alongside another building at the site that was converted to a holiday let in 2018. The proposal would therefore support the applicant's existing tourism business, which he runs from the site. The proposal, as Mr. Rose has identified, would involve only very minor alterations, which essentially are the infilling of the current roller shutters with glazed windows and doors. These result in very minor improvements to the appearance of the building. Moreover, the proposed holiday accommodation would be unlikely to give rise to adverse residential amenity impacts, given the separation distances between the building and nearby dwellings. It's acknowledged that the proposed change of use of the building could be considered to result in a loss of employment generating land. However, as explained within the committee report, the building has only been used by the applicant as an artist studio, and therefore the loss of this use would be unlikely to harm business and employment opportunities in the area. We would also concur with officer's opinion that the proximity of the building to the applicant's main dwelling places restrictions on the use of the building for future employment reuse. Turning to matters of sustainability, we would acknowledge that the site is located in an area where future occupants of the holiday let, or users of the holiday let, would likely rely on private cars for the majority of journeys to and from the site. However, we would agree with the officer assessment that the impact of the proposed use of the building for holiday accommodation purposes should be considered in context with traffic generation associated with its previous use, including for boarding kennels. We would also agree that the benefits of the proposed development in terms of its contribution to local tourism economy would outweigh any impacts in terms of sustainability. To improve the proposal sustainability credentials, the committee report recommends a condition requiring a travel plan to be approved prior to the initial occupation of the holiday accommodation. and we would agree that this is reasonable to encourage sustainable modes of transport. We acknowledge the concerns raised by Councillor Key and the Parish Council that the proposed building should only be used as holiday accommodation and not as a separate dwelling. In response to these concerns, officers recommend a condition to restrict the use of the building for holiday purposes and to prevent its use as a separate dwelling. And again, we consider this to be reasonable. We would therefore respectfully request that members recommend approval of the submitted application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've got no objections to this one whatsoever, but it might be beneficial to add a further recommendation on the approval that the what was I going to say? That it must always remain in the same title deed. That prevents it from being sold off as a separate unit at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, do you want to respond to that?
Oh, Chair, I'm just having a look at to see if it's covered in the condition. Is Councillor Brown's concern that this could be sold off as a holiday let that isn't run in association with the main house?
That's right. Because we don't want these separate units
it does say
all over the place and then turning around and then saying that
okay, so
the holiday unit.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe it would be better then if we just, with members' agreement, we amended the wording of condition 3 that relates it to holiday use, just to make it clear that it needs to be managed by Quantock itself. And I think that would cover that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay with that?
Yes.
Right. Right, members now. Oh no, it's not. Councillor Key.
Oh, you remembered. Hey, Ray.
Oh.
Yes, I mean, I've got very little to say. Yes, I mean, it's going to be fine there. I mean, the position of this, in actual fact, is unique because it's situated in what they call Stockland Turbury lands, which is land owned by the parish council. So it is in a wonderful position. It's got numerous walks in the woods and everything there. So, I mean, ideally for holidays, it's going to be an absolute blessing. So, yes, I mean, I'm in full support of this.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to put forward a proposal of approval. Or did Councillor Brown do it?
No, I didn't. I'll put a proposal for approval and you can second it, David.
Right, okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Skinner, anything to add?
No, I was just going to recommend it for approval. I think it's great. So I think what's really important is the point that Councillor Brown brought up, and I see in the comments, it was here from Councillor Key as well, is that it is part ancillary to the house and not to be sold off and always stay with. If we put that, that's really important, actually. We're not looking to increasing dwellings here. We're just getting it along and having somewhere like this in a location like it is for holidays, as Councillor Key quite rightly pointed it out, and he knows far more about this area than I do. I think it's a great thing for our holiday accommodation setup.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Lawrence, anything to add?
Yes, Chair. Can I go through you to Chris Rose and ask, can we ask people to put in electric charging points now?
Our policy on that, the policy in the current local plan enables us to do it on major applications, but not currently on minor applications. So 10 dwellings and above we can, and large scale employment, but not on smaller schemes. Not the current policy, but obviously as we move forward in the new local plan, then that will be the case.
Yeah. Does that also apply to things like solar panels and so on?
Yes, and in this case, we've got an application for a change of use. So I don't think we would be, if it was a new build, we would have more justification, but not on a change of use.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Davey, anything to add?
I'm slightly uncomfortable with the condition that Councillor Brown proposed, simply because So long as it remains that it's ancillary to the ownership of the main house, that's fine. I'm just a bit concerned that it could preclude them using a management company, for instance, to let the place. And I don't think we should rule that out. It's just that it should remain in the ownership, or that I'm sure Chris can word this appropriately, but that it should be considered as part of the main site, not sold off separately.
Chris, for any comment?
Yeah, we'll cover that in the change to the condition.
Yeah.
It won't preclude them having a management company, but it will mean that it has to be in the same ownership as well, in part of the same plot of building and land as Quantock, so that it's not in separate ownership in effect.
Thank you. Right, no more hands up. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. May I, just before I go to the recommendation, just confirm, because I know Councillor Brown recommended the amended wording to condition 3, but was Councillor Key seconding that amendment as well? Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, you have one recommendation, and that is to approve subject to the conditions as listed in the report and the amended condition 3. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to recommend approval, whether you're against the motion to recommend approval, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support approval.
Councillor Brown. Are you on mute, Councillor Brown?
Yes, I was, sorry. Support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saram.
Support approval.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Lawrence.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support approval.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Thank you. Councillor Wibley has had to leave, so I'll move on to Councillor Woodward.
Yep, support approval.
Thank you. Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That one is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Wendy. That brings our meeting to an end, and I'd like to thank everyone, including members of the public, for their attendance. Members, can I remind you that until the Democratic Services team confirm that the live streaming or recording has stopped, you can still be seen and heard, and any comments may be recorded. And can I thank all of you and our officers for all their help in making this run relatively smoothly, apart from a few hiccups. Oh dear, I'm getting old. So thanks very much, everyone. Much appreciated, and have a lovely Christmas.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a great Christmas.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.